Hello guys, good morning. Sheikh, your teaching assistants for today. The Sachin is joining in few minutes. There seems to be some problem with the LC login. Are you able to hear me? Okay, thank you guys for the confirmation. Joining in few more minutes, so please have some patience. There seems to be some issue with the joining. Set invites. Yeah, thanks.
Uh, so I guess I'm finally in. Good guys, can you hear me? Uh, Thank. Some weird stuff happened with this WebEx today somehow. Same here. Yeah, weird happening with that. Did you also feel the same? I mean, so when you guys were trying to log in, yeah. Hey, Panavati, hi. Mr. Gandhi, yeah. So, at times this happens, right? So, next class, yeah. You'd have done that, right? Should have done that. you know. So what that can happen? Find that next week. That's all. So guys, good morning. So I understand that it took about what minutes already. No audio still. Piyush, mic test check 1, 2, 3. Guys, can you hear me? Yeah. Not. Nothing wrong about his audio. So, yep. Start off with the schedule management, I guess. Today. I call you about your audio check. I mean, just check that. Okay, so what I'm doing. I mean, he can't hear me. So check your audio. Check audio. Guys, so we're going to start off. No, I'm sharing the screen right now. Kaushik, I'm just going to do that. I bet. So I'm going to pull out that presentation first and then I'm going to share it. So we start off with the schedule management as and what I can recall. Please confirm yes, right? So we closed the scope manager yesterday, right? With the schedule one today, but there were the initial few things that we actually talked about, right? So I don't remember that we started off this schedule. Yeah, we did the preliminary talk in that. We said so once we have the scope statement and the WPS, these are the deliverables basically. Now, in order to prepare schedule, I'll not be able to prepare that based on the list deliverables that I have. So I need a lot of other stuff. So I need the resources. I also need probably the duration of individual activity. I need to figure out the activities first. We basically said that we're going to do three different things. We identify the activities, estimate the time and the resources, and sequence the activity. So what I can recall, we also talked about the schedule in which we talked about the project. And, okay, so we have something which is called Gantt chart, which shows us the summary task and the rest of the activities which are below to those summary tasks. And it can show you the connections and the dependencies between them, which are finish to start, start to finish to finish, and start to start. But we actually didn't talk about those dependencies, and I said we'll be talking about it tomorrow. I'll do that today now. We also talked about the dependencies in which we had the mandatory dependency and the discretionary dependency as the first classification. And the second classification was about the external dependencies and the internal dependencies, right? And about to start with the network diagrams, activity on node and activity on row. So I guess this is the last topic that we said. So now what you need to do is you just need to go into your mail. So you would have an email from Simply Learn saying that your class is in progress. Join. Yeah, that Prasanna, can you hear me? Didn't miss anything. You didn't miss anything, Arun, because that have happened with me, and I joined like at 9:14, like 4 minutes back. So whenever you have this proper joining through the LMS, just go back and you check your mail. So the mobile can also work. Oh, that was the last topic, correct? Activity arrow, activity node. We were about to start with that. Where we left, right? So we're going to start with this now, and I'm going to share my screen with you, and we'll understand that what are activity node, activity node. I said whoever have done his high school, would know about the diagrammic methods, right? So you all know them already, but which way? So I'm gonna repeat uh, just for the sake of understanding, and then go to the processes part, right? So I'm gonna share my screen with you. Let me see that I shared it. The chat window can work, so you can let me know in the chat window. Can you? Yes. Now, what are network diagrams? So network diagrams used to plot the activity dependencies. Project activities are presented in the form of a network. Network diagrams can be drawn in one of the two different ways. Activity on node model, activity on arrow model. So what is an activity on node? We'll just come back to activity on node in just a bit because that is given in the next slide. So a precedence diagrammic model, this is also called the precedence diagrammic model. Activity on node, also called the precedence diagrammic model. The boxes represents the activities, the arrows indicates the dependencies, and the relationships that we can use in activity or node model are all four relationships. So we can display a finish to start relationship, we can display start to start, finish to finish, and start to finish relationship. Now please remember that uh, these models, which is the activity or node model, is one which is used by any project management tool you use. You know, Microsoft Project, it uses activity on node. You talk about, Primavera, it uses the same. You talk about any tool in the world. So the networks that you actually see on the tool, if you have seen that, have you seen that? Use Microsoft Project, Primavera, Rational, SAP PS, any tool in which network? Yeah. So all of them are based on activity on node model, right? These are the diagrams which will be able to show you the relationship, all four relationship. Whereas if you arrow diagrammic models or ADM or AOA, actually on arrow model, so in diagrammic model, arrows are used to represent the activities. Directionally, arrows indicate the relationships and the sequence. Only finish to start relationship can be shown and dummy activities may be required to show a dependency, and those dummy activities are called hammock. Make the dummies that you use in activity on arrow model are mock activities. Okay. Now there may be questions in the PMP exam based on the network diagram. Create and work with network diagrams to ensure that you understand the value. MOCK. Now sure you understand the value. This will make answering questions based on the network diagram easier, right? So I'm just going to show you an example of that. So if you look at this example, this network diagram, this is activity on node diagram, guys. Activity node. So which minus check you and what is get I can unlock was activity which hands with major activities. No, hammock are those activities which show the comprehensive. I mean, so these are how would I say this? So you have activities and then you have the group of those activities, right? Now, group of those activities in a network diagram is shown by the hammock activities, Dennis. Yeah. Okay. Yes. So still massive freelance support team. There are people sitting here who have audio issues. So okay. Let's read the last line in the slide. Let's read the last line on the slide. HAMOCK, right? Activities are used to show a comprehensive summary activity which can be used for control and reporting purpose. Now, this is what I'm saying. The dummy activities that you need to show are the group of the activities, which are exactly the activities, but they group of the activities. You need to represent inside the network diagram. These are clocks. Is all of us? Yeah. Example, let's say, you remember the WBS that we were doing yesterday? Yeah. WBS, I said that, okay, so I'm going to do the artwork and then structure, then finishing, services, external development. Now, inside finishing, I'll be doing the, say, brickwork, plaster, paint, flooring, SS, all that work. Now, when it comes down to the brickwork per se, and I ground floor brickwork and the first floor brickwork, go further. In the ground floor brickwork, I do room 1, room 2, room 3, room 4, right? Now, as I'm moving into it, you will that there are certain there are certain representations or groups which are not exactly activity. Just like ground floor brickwork itself is not an activity. That group of activity, correct? Which is called counts. You remember, right? Now, these to be shown in the activity on node diagram. How would you show that? They would shown deliverables. Now, that is not deliverable. This is way below the wall level is the deliverable, correct? So up and up to the previous level, then to the previous level. Those are the groups of those activities. Like in the ground floor brickwork, you have the room 1, room 2, room 3, room 4. Now in room 1, you have wall 1, wall 2, wall 3, wall 4. Right? Now, if you talk about room 1, is it activity itself? No. Right? Set of the activities. It is not an activity. It is what? It is a group of that, right? Now, when to the wall at last level of deliverable, right? Which further have a breakdown into the specific actions, the individual actions, brickwork, plaster, paint, and then you have that wall, right? So this is how it goes. So what I suggest here is when it comes to a network diagram, then you need to use the hammock activities in order to show a comprehensive summary activity. Now, I say comprehensive summary activity, that means I'm talking on the ground floor brickwork level now, or room 1 level. These are comprehensive summary activities which would again have things inside them, right? So these are the hammock activities. Is that now? Okay, so that's an example right now which is given to you. This is activity on node diagram. Now, what it's doing is it is saying that you start a project and you start activity A and activity C. When the activity A finishes, you go on and start the activity B. You can say that was. So when you finish the activity C, you would start activity delta, right? And when both of them, Bravo and Delta finishes, then you have the eagle. And finally, when eagle finishes, you finish the project. So here's how project is represented inside an activity on node diagram. Does it mean that Alpha and Charlie are starting in parallel? No, it doesn't mean. It simply means that Alpha and Charlie has a start-to-start relationship until unless the Alpha start, the Charlie cannot start. So that is. So I'll back to that. So in time, because we're going to coming back to the sequencing of the activities in which we would understand those type of relationships. So I'm just waiting for that slide to come on so that we can talk more about it. In both, yes, you are correct, Dennis. So we dummy activities and activity on arrow as well, and we activities and activity on node as well. So you get that in both. Yeah. Okay. So that activity on node diagram right now. Okay. Now moving on to the so as we have 6 different processes here, project schedule management, starting with 5 of them in the planning and 1 in monitoring control. Right now, it's going to be after in which you need to understand a lot of things and need to learn even more things. Right. So get ready, guys, because you see things which you might have thought are correct, but these are not actually right. And you again. What happened? Did somebody go unmute? Just give me. I have noises here. Okay, looks fine here. Okay, we can start off the planning with the schedule management planning. We're going to start off with the plan schedule management. The very first process, again, if you remember the scope management plan. Actually, so I'm right there on the web. So I have an error from joining through mail. Is covered here. Did I miss? No, you didn't. You didn't. You faced the same issue today, and we started the class late. So welcome to the club. So yeah. Okay. First process. We are at the first process, guys. Let's focus, right? Yeah. Schedule management. Now, if you remember the plan scope management, you remember that process, guys? Yesterday we did that. Yeah. Inputs were the same as the plan schedule management here. The project charter, enterprise environmental factors, and OPA. Yes. What tools and techniques in scope management plan? Judgment meetings and data analysis. Yes. Yes. The difference between the schedule management plan and the scope management plan is that scope management plan had 2 different outputs. So it's the scope management plan and the requirement management plan, whereas it has the schedule management plan. Correct? That's the only difference. But that serves the same purpose. So if you look at The definition part here, you would understand this. So, schedule management is the process of establishing the policies, procedures, and documentation, owning, developing, managing, executing, and controlling the project schedule. Now, just read that and go back to the definition of plan scope management. That process was again a guidance document which was guiding the rest of the people in project, you know, so that they can understand the how that the scope was defined, how it was validated, and how it was controlled. Right? And that's the thing happening here. The only difference is this is happening here in with respect to the correct. The only difference. So again, this the same scenario that you have dynamic world in which people come, they join your project, and then they leave that project, and somebody new comes in and joins, and he has no idea that how we define that schedule, right? How we identified the activities, how we controlled those activities, right? So at times I don't know. I'm also feeling this that my voice actually goes down. So, but I guess it is fine right now. Pankaj told us that I can be very loud right now. Okay, so that's the process, guys. So management plan going in, we have the project charter going in, we have the enterprise environmental factors and OPA. Project charter, why? Because we already have a high level schedule in that. Why project management plan? Because again, this year you would be updating it, and it would also have a few components from the expectations part, which might help us in defining that how much time these activities would actually take based on what the stakeholder wants from that. So because of that reason, the project management plan is going in. You have the project charter going in, enterprise environmental factors and OPA going in. All three common tools and techniques that we use: expert judgment meetings and data analysis. What do you know of it as a schedule management plan? Again, another Word document that you have, which can guide your entire team or anybody who joins the party late, telling him that how we actually defined schedule and how we are controlling it. The tools and techniques that we are using for controlling it, the policies, the procedures, and documentation from for planning of the schedule to developing, the managing, executing, and controlling the project. Right. So it's the process. Is that understood? Give me a yes in chat window. Although it be, I mean, because that's the same one that you did when you were in the scope management, right? So it should be easy for you. Okay, here's the thing. So what have with us for now? Tell me, guys. Now with you. If you take scope perspective, what do you have? Actually, you have correct. So you have the WBS. We represented the WBS yesterday. A bunch. Remember that? A couple of things. One was the orb in the sky, the in your head, and then a bunch of the gray. Right. So you the work packages with you, and then you have work packages with you, and then you have the deliverables. What in case of SRS, the purpose is encompassing what functional requirement of every objectives. Oh my goodness, nobody can write this much. I was thinking my specific approach with both the things are different specifications can be. Okay, but that's huge. So I need some time to read this. Do that. So you have the project scope statement with you, and you have the scope baseline with you, correct? Now, my question is, if I give you that bunch of grapes, if I give you that WBS, can you prepare the schedule? Yes or no? No, you take it me. Take from me and tell me and tell schedule. You cannot. There are missing links. What are those links? You have only the deliverables. Yes, hear me out. What you have is only deliverables. Please visualize that. Can you guys help me with visualizing this, please? Uh, so right now you have the bunch of grapes only, right? So you have only the deliverables hanging, on the project, right? But you cannot prepare the schedule. Why? Because you still need the specific actions that you need to carry out in order to achieve those deliverables. If you have a WPS, can't you have a schedule? And no, you cannot. And you need a lot more things. On the basis of schedule, you cannot prepare the. On the basis of WPS, you can't do that. My question is WPS have specifications, details. It contains deliverables and not action details. How it will be? Yeah, that's exactly my question is. That you guys are then suggesting that you can prepare the schedule based on the WPS. You cannot, right? So what you need to do is you actually need to first figure out what would be those specific actions that you would need in order to prepare the schedule. That's the first thing that you need. Then the second thing, what is the second thing that you need? You need to know what are the dependencies between one activity and the other activity so that you can have a chronological order. One of this chronological order, you over and above that would need what would be the duration of those individual activities so that you can put them onto a network diagram and can prepare the time for the entire project. And duration would have an input from the resources. Why? If 4 people can do a work in 10 days, but still the same work can be done in 5 days. You agree? The inputs for the schedule, source estimation. Yes. So you need these 4 things in a nutshell. So you need the activity, then you need the sequence between the activities, then you need the estimate of the resources, then the estimation of the duration, and finally when you club all of these things up along with the WBS deliverables that you already have, you have this schedule then, right? And that is the exact same process. Yes, exact same process given inside your process map. You have access to your process map. Yes, just go to the schedule planning. You see the exact series there. You see identification of the activities, then you would see sequencing the activities, estimate. That would be an input. Absolutely, WB would be an input for the schedule management. Yes, it is. But on the basis of WS only, you cannot prepare the schedule. That was my question. Monish, can you prepare that on the basis of this? Yeah. So you need the activities, you need the sequence, you need the duration of those activities, you need the resources, and finally that gives you the schedule when you club that up. Now how I remember the processes. Somebody asked me yesterday that how do you remember 49 processes? This is how I do that. Because that you have to follow in your actual project. Here guys, give me a chat window, please. What is in sequencing the activity? Are we here on the sequencing the activities? No. What was the question? Did I miss the question? Nothing. You see, right now what you're doing is, Subbu, you are not using any data analysis techniques. What you are doing is you are writing that would be the data analysis technique for developing the plan, what would be for managing the plan, what would be there for executing the plan, or what would be there for controlling the plan. So that is writing back into that document that you have, right? We use them in the future, right? So that is. So if we take the same series, the same sequence, ranging from deliverables to the final schedule of the project, the thing that we need to do is to identify the activities, correct? So let's look at the identification of the activities given here, right? There you go. So, meaning the activities, or identifying the activities, whichever you want to say that. Define activities is the proper name of the process, though. So, yes, define activities, sequence activity, estimate activity, duration, resources is equals to the schedule, not the deliverables. The schedule of the project. Hang on. That is, yeah. Define activities is the process of identifying and documenting the specific actions to be performed to produce the project deliverables. Bingo. The 100% exact lines that I said, isn't it? The specific actions that you need to carry out in order to produce the project deliverables. You remember that? Right? So that is this resource management placed before project schedule, cost management, and project quality. Why resource management? So it's a sequence, Pankaj, please understand. The sequence. The only sequence is that you need to have your scope first. After that, everything goes in tandem, right? Not a sequence. It is not like that you have to do the stakeholder management at the end of it. No, it is not. That goes in parallel, goes in tandem, right? You would need inputs from, in fact, when you are preparing the schedule, you need input from the resources and the risk. You would say that first I will prepare the schedule, then go to the cost, then the quality, then comes the resources. No. So there is a which from project management plan to the scope. One, everything is tandem. Pankaj? Yeah. Now, define the activities, guys. So what do you need? You need project management plan, enterprise environmental factors, and the OPA, right? Parallel more like, yes, that's correct, Dennis. Okay. So you have the project management plan going in, you have the enterprise environmental factors going in, and the OPA going in. Why WPS? That's my question, Padmavati. Answer it, please. Yeah. Because process of WBS, the WBS itself has an output which says the scope baseline project management plan update. You remember that? So WBS back into the project management plan. Yeah, you are. Thank you. So have the project management plan duration right now. They have the duration. Those specific actions. Yeah. So have the project management plan, enterprise environmental factors, and OPA going in. Now focus. So it's a continuation of earlier message. Okay, okay, okay then. So what use as a tool and technique? Guys? You use the expert judgment, you decomposition. You remember decomposition? We did it when we were preparing the WPS. Yes. Decomposition that we can use here. Then we use meetings, and finally we have the rolling wave planning. So that's another tool and technique that we use for finding the activities. Now, what can be rolling wave planning? Can somebody elaborate that for me? Rolling wave. Rolling wave planning is basically one of the key things which makes your project unique. So when we say a project is a temporary endeavor undertaken to create a unique product, service, or result, right? So that unique word, the uniqueness of the project, one of the primary reasons for that is rolling. Rolling connects back to the progressive elaboration. Now, in order to understand that, what rolling wave is, you need with your visualization. How good you are in visualizing things, guys? Can you visualize what I'm saying, or whatever I say? Are you to visualize that? So when WBS, the scope baseline, visualize that bunch of grapes. If you then you can a guy that who can understanding the rolling wave plan. So okay, so here's what I want you to do. I trust me, you do, and you would never forget what rolling wave plan is, right? So can we start? Then, as a, I want, I want you guys to close your eyes. That I want guys and realize the library that you have ever been to can be a library of your school, your college, your public library, your office library, whichever library. Library is kind of a hall, right? And I need you to visualize that you are standing just outside the end of the library hall, right? So you're on the gate, the gates of the library, the door to the hallway, hall itself, right? So which you have all those racks and books, right? Uh, I want you to stand there at the door of the hall of the library, right? We're done with the visualization. Now I want you to open your eyes and answer my question. You're standing there, so at the library gate. Were you all there, right? So you could realize the last library that you have been to. Yes. Now, if that yes, now me go to the visualization, right? Just close your eyes and then you can open them and answer here. Tell me what exactly do you see in front of you? What do you see in front of you right now? The door open. Okay, guys, go back. Which the door open. So books, categories, shelves, sections. Yes, of course. Right. Bookshelves. Good. Very good. Very good. Fantastic. Fantastic. This is what I want. Now, if you can see the bookshelf, can you read the title of the book, guys? From this. Now, close your eyes. Guys, move forward like 10 steps in the library. Just visualize that. Go to those bookshelves. 10 steps. Now, I'll help you in visualizing. So when you were standing at the main door of the library, you could see all the shelves with the books on that you can't read anything here. Right? You move 10 steps, you can see different sections within his books, English books, philosophy, science. Yes, you can see. Now go back 10 steps ahead. You see subsections within the main section, just like English. You have 19th century writing, you have poetry, you have plays, you have the subsections inside the section. Can you do that? Can you see that? Yes? Okay, go back 10 steps ahead. When you move 10 steps towards English section, if you had poetry, plays, 19th century writing, contemporary English, all those, right? And so, further to it, now see the poetries and the plays itself has many other sections with the writers, right? So say suppose in case you have Shakespeare, you have Joseph Graham, you have Marble, and you have the Rousseau then. So you have all those writers, right? You can now 10 step ahead, right? Now you within the Shakespeare you have the book titles, right? So you have Shakespeare love, you have Eyes Like Roses, and Rose, and then you pick out the Eyes Like Roses from there, right? Now what you did, and you were able to visualize all that, right? Give me a yeah. Okay. Now, here, ladies and gentlemen, this is called rolling wave plan. So, what is at the beginning of the project, you only see the deliverables. The deliverables are that I need to do the structure work, I need to do the finishing, I need to do the services, I need to do the internal development. And move towards the structure. You said I need to erect columns, column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4, and I need to do the slab casting. Then you move more closer towards the columns, and you said, okay, so if I need to erect a column, I need to do the bar bindings, the shutterings, the concrete pouring, then settle it, that remove the shuttering, do the chippings, and then you have the column. So what you're doing is, as you are moving closer to the objective, that time when you are elaborating it. Now rest of the project is still not elaborated. So the columns are elaborated into the activities. The rest of the project stays on the deliverable level. So when you move to the next deliverable, you elaborate only that bit, and rest of the project is still not elaborated, right? So that is called rolling wave plan. So as you closer towards you elaborate, then you move, then elaborate, then you move that, then you elaborate. Yes, when package you elaborate on that package. The rest are still on the deliverable level. You didn't break them down. Not iterative. Iterative is the cycle. Iterative is more to do with the cycles of the things that you have. Here what I'm saying is, just like go back to the library now. So we're standing at the gate, you could see the deliverables at a distance. Yes. And when you move ahead, you more visibility about those deliverables. Then even clearer, you could actually distribute Shakespeare into Eyes Like Roses, Shakespeare Love, and Romeo and Juliet. Library, if you look around to the rest of the library, it is still as is. I mean, so you can still only see the deliverables. You cannot see the activities, right? You can see the activities only of Shakespeare because you are closer to that. You are saying less on the other deliverables, but who would first achieve the one which is ahead, right? So only elaborate that. Give an example. So there were columns and there was slab casting. Now casting would happen after the columns, right? So I separated only the columns that I need to do the structure. I need to do for a column. So I need to do the bar binding, concrete pouring. I need to do shuttering, then de-shuttering, then chipping, right? So I did those activities only for the column. The slab casting is still the slab casting, right? And when towards the slab casting, when that month comes, when I need to pour the concrete and do the slab casting, that's the time when I elaborate that slab casting deliverable into activities, not before that. So I'm elaborating it, then moving ahead, then elaborating it, because by the time I reach to the slab, I would have more clarity about what exactly needs to be done. See, no project manager knows 100% of the things about his project on day one. You agree? You agree? That's why you need progressive elaboration. That's why you need that library to understand what progressive elaboration would do. That is rolling wave plan. The kind of mobile phone can be a deliverable, but the screenshots can also be delivered depending on the space. And but here, Dennis, we are talking about that when we move towards the screen, there would be many activities that I need to actually carry out in order to produce a screen, right? So I'm closer to the screen, only then I would elaborate it, and rest of the project still remains on the deliverable level. That makes the project unique. Why? Because this elaboration of one project would 100% definitely vary from the project. End result might look absolutely same. You guys, the same, but elaboration would always be unique. Yes. So if it's library, I believe that you guys are able to connect to me what I'm saying here, right? If you remember the example, you would remember that rolling wave plan is. So I'm successful in explaining that to you. Give me a chat window, please. from Arun, but you still need a high level schedule for the things comes right. How would you define the high level schedule plan? So go the project management plan. You have those components already there because the project charter was a part where you prepared your project management plan. So is already is with you from of the project charter, the high level there, right? And then you inside those high level timelines. What you are doing is you are elaborating those deliverables. So initially the deliverable was a column, right? And that was of 12 days. But I didn't know that why it would take 12 days. So when I closer to it, I see one for shuttering, one for concrete pouring, one for bar binding, 10 5 days for settling makes it 8. Then the ninth day I'm gonna de-shutter that. 10th I'm gonna chip that. Then I leave that for a couple of more days for curing, and that is where you have the column. Yep, you can actually. This correlates with the tea making process from cars. That is why tea making is unique, because progressive elaboration of that tea making is different. Yes. Okay. So out of it is, guys, you have the specific actions now. You have the list of the activities, and you would also have the activity attributes. Now you may wonder that what are the activity attributes? Attributes are those features which signifies that particular activity or characterizes that particular activity. Like for an example, is there dependency of this activity on some other activity? I mean, so is it a dependent activity or an independent activity, a work driven activity, a duration driven activity? All those are the attributes of that activity, which you write into activity attribute document. So if you want to prepare a document, you can actually do. There's the WPS dictionary we had, which has the details about the deliverables. Similarly, you have activity attributes, which has the specifications of that activity written in that document. So you might have that as a separate one, or you might not separate one. Make it a plan of make it as a part of your project management plan, right? But you would definitely have those list of the activity with you and their attributes. You would also have the list of the milestones with you now. Now the milestones, any significant event in my project is a milestone. Definition, right? Significant event in my project is a milestone. Out of these activities only, you might have a few of the activities which are actually milestones. Just when I finish my ground floor slab casting, that's a milestone. I start the construction, that's a milestone. When I finish the flooring, that might be a milestone. When I finish the services, that might be another milestone, right? So these are maybe with zero efforts, maybe with some effort. Say with zero effort, because this is how you've been told that you can set up a milestone, right? By marking the duration as 0. It is not true. It is not a task, and you can still mark it as milestone. And which is important in this project, which is significant in the project, is a milestone. And the activities which can represent the milestones. But you can have actual activities as milestones as well. Now what do you have? You have the list of the activities now. So you had the WBS component. So you have the bunch of grapes. Now go back and visualize that with me. Okay. So you had the bunch of grapes with you, the WBS components who were hanging. Now you have specific actions. Do them. This a bunch of grape is further elaborated. Now it has specific actions. Can you visualize that with me, guys? Now, if I give you the WBS and those activities, can you prepare this schedule? Yes or no? No. No. You do not know what is the duration. You still don't know how many resources you need. You still don't know what would be the sequence, the chronological order between them. Three things. Yeah. No. So, at times I ask tricky questions. So, okay. So, put here activity list, activity attributes, milestone list, change. Now, why do we have a change request here in defining the activities? Because the activities that we have figured out now, it will change a few things in the scope which is already finalized. It moves things in my scope, correct? But baseline. So anything which you need to change after the baseline is set goes through the process of request. You agree? Yeah. Those activities back to your project management plan. So that is the process of defining the activities. Is that clear to all of us? Give me a yes in chat window, please. That's good. That's good. So now you have what? So you have your activities with you. Now you're going to take those activities with you now, and you're going to hit the next process. The next process is a very, very important one, by the way. So because that would talk about how would you do the chronological ordering, how would you sequence. Yes, ask me the question, Dinesh. What an activity list and activity attributes. List of the activities is the laundry list of all the things that you are supposed to be doing. Activity attributes are the characteristics of those activities which are given in the list. If it is a dependent activity or an independent activity, is that an effort driven activity or a duration driven activity? Is that an activity which can start before the other ends or it has to start parallel? What are the attributes? So, yeah, that, yep. So that, okay, on to the next process. Yeah, can be one of the attributes, but you would not know duration right now. You would update that back into your attributes. So what's it now? Do you? Yeah. So on to sequencing the activities. One of the most important processes to understand as a project manager. These activities is the process of identifying and documenting relationships among project activities. It belongs to the planning process group. So what you're going to do is you're going to identify what are the dependencies between activity A and activity B, or activity X and activity Z, right? What are the dependencies and the relationships between those, right? So how would you do that? You would take the project management plan into consideration that already has your list activities with you. Project documents would have the activity attributes, milestone list, all those documents will go in. Right? Then your enterprise environmental factors going in because there can be external reasons which may impact the sequencing of your project activities. And then you have the organizational process assets which would help you in identifying the relationship type which you used in your earlier similar project when you're sequencing the activities. What are you going to do? Use precedence diagrammic models. So you need to know precedence diagrammic models, the activity on arrow, activity on node. You remember those, right? We just talked about them. Network basically, no, not exactly the network diagrams, but it is the modeling technique. Network diagram would be actually the output of it. You know, so this is going to use the diagrammic technique that you use, and that gives you the network diagram, project schedule network diagram. Is that's the output basically, right? Yeah, and then you dependency determination integration. You use the leads and the lags, and you use your PIS, Microsoft Project Primavera, any tool that you are using. Can also help you in sequencing the activities, ladies and gentlemen. You can use these 4 tools and techniques. Now you know about PDMs because we just talked about PDMs, activity on arrow, activity on node. You not know about the dependency determination and integration. You although know about it because you know relationship types. So you know there is a finish to start relationship, there is a start to start and finish to finish and start to finish relationships. And then also know about the dependencies, the external, internal, discretionary and mandatory dependencies. You know details, but you still need to apply that into your project activities, right? And then may also know leads and lags, but we can anyways discuss that now, right? These are tools and techniques. I'm going to come back to these tools and techniques in just a bit. Let's first see what are the outputs. So the output of sequencing the activity would be the network diagram, plan and project document. Earlier we updated PMP, but here in this case we are updating project documents. We are updating project documents because the project documents that we had right now were the and the question actually, right? So you had the list of the attributes, right? The attributes and the milestone list. So based on the sequencing, there might be a few things that you need to update into that. You might also need to do an update on the schedule management plan itself. You might also need to update your risk register because of the scheduling. You might also need to update your stakeholder register because of the scheduling. Right? These are the documents. This is not exactly the project management plan which is getting updated. These are the individual project documents which are getting updated here. OPA. PMS is a tool, Subbu. Market is PMS. Oh, cards. Yeah. Okay. So the activity, what you get out of it? You get project schedule network diagram. So you have the network diagrams with you, which tells you what is the chronological order, what is the ordering of this project, right? It also updates the project documents. So have the network project schedule network diagrams, the project documents update. Going back to the dependency determination and integration and lead and lags. We understand that we actually know the ship types and everything, but I would still want to repeat that. I would still want to repeat that. I want you guys to, remember I said that project management PMP certification course is a lot about learning, but it's more about learning. You remember that? I said it in earlier classes. I must have said it. Yeah. So you want to start now. So you would be learning a lot of things today. At the same time, you need to unlearn quite a few things, right? So I changed the location of my room just a bit because of the background noises there. Okay, that's good, I believe. So my voice is loud and clear, guys, right? So there is no background noise. Okay. Determination and integration is knowing that what is a sort of relationship this activity has with the other activity. That is called dependency, determination, and integration. Right? So put it in plain and simple, it is basically kind of relationship that between one activity and the other activity. Simple as that. And then you have the leads and lags. So I'm just going to be coming to this in just a bit, which here I guess. Okay. You know about that dependencies, right? So you know about the relationship types, the finish to start, the start to start, the finish to finish, and start to finish. Give me a yes. You know, right? Yes. So you be knowing that the relationship is always between two activities, and one of the activities is called the predecessor activity, and the other one is called the successor activity. Correct? Always a predecessor activity, and there is a successor activity. Okay, for that, then I want you to answer a few of my questions now. The question is, what a predecessor activity, and where the unlearning would start? Other activity. The before done first before doing. Okay, So 4 responses. I'm looking for more here right now. Targeted activity which needs to complete before the next. Okay, so all in all, so what all of you are saying here, what the suggestion that I can get from you have written here is that most of you believe that the predecessor is the previous activity and the successor is the next activity. Is that what you guys are saying? Something else. So what Chandra is saying, tell me. Dynasty. Okay. It is possible if more than 2 activities exist sequenced first. Okay. So that can be sequenced first. So confused. So you're saying that predecessor can be sequenced first. So what is the exact difference? Okay. It is sequenced first, but it is not the first activity. Tell me what it is. Next successor can be on the top. That needs to be done first. Parent should be first, and then enough. Okay, guys. Now the first part of our learning begins here. Remember that things. The successor is the previous activity. It is not true. Not true. The predecessor is not previous. Said. Predecessor is not previous. It can be previous and it can be next as well. It can be the previous activity. That can also be the next activity. Now that's weird to you, but that's true. And talk about it more as we move in this definition part. But for now, you just need to remember that predecessor is something which can be previous and which can be next as well. Can you remember this bit for me, please? Okay. That's the part. That is not previous. It can be previous. It can be next. Predecessor is actually previous. Right? So, that the prior to Henry the Fifth was Henry the Fourth. That is predecessor as previous, right? But then project management and the depth of the predecessor. I want you to hear this. The depth of the predecessor is the start to start. Start to start. The predecessor is actually previous in that. Okay. There is the activity which will command the dependency. That's the definition of predecessor as per PMP. That's page 156, left hand side, second paragraph. If you read PMP 5, now I need to see the reference, but 5, that is page number 156, paragraph. The activity which commands the dependency is called predecessor. Is that clear? Is So he is who commands. Successor is an activity which gets commanded by the predecessor. Remember that. Successor which gets commanded by the predecessor. Two things. If you can, then we can start with the very first relationship. A lot of link here. Okay. So if these two things clear, that the predecessor is not the previous activity, it is the one who commands the dependency, and this which gets commanded by the predecessor. So these are of things. Now take those in consideration and talk about to start. So what is relationship goes? Relationship. Finish. See what people say is that then the other activity starts, right? B must for A. Where is B? J here, right? Or the successor, right? So just say that I activity would finish and J activity would start, which is but it's exactly the definition. The does start, ladies and gentlemen. I'm trying to put that on record so that you can hear that. Download the recording. Is that the successor cannot unless the predecessor finishes. Now there is a difference. So when the activity A will finish and then the activity B will start, and when that activity B cannot start until activity A finishes, dependency. So when A finishes and B starts, then what dependency? The dependency that the B cannot start until unless the A finishes, correct? If the finish of A delays, that delays what? If the A delays, that delays the start of the B, yes. That's to start. If the predecessor delays, that delays the start of the successor. Make start. So that is to start a relationship. For an example, say brickwork and plaster. So you cannot start until unless the brickwork finishes. Is that true? Yes? Yes, absolutely. So one of the relationships that you use, the pillars cannot start until unless the foundation finishes. Until unless the excavation finishes. These are the straightforward relationships. These most commonly used relationship in project management, and that is the reason as to why these are also the default relationship in any of the project management tools. So you talk about any tool in the world, the default relationship there. So when I relationship, the first it would always be the finish to start. So just to all of us, give me a quick yes in the chat window, please. Okay. The activity. We didn't talk about start to finish right now. I'm talking only finish to start. Is that bit clear? Okay, so move forward. So I'm going to go and skip this finish for now. I mean, for just like 10 minutes. I'm back to this. Why can say it has no finish? Finish for successor to start. Yes, but you see, whom? It is successor who is dependent on the predecessor, right, Pinky? So in case the definition should be the successor can start until unless the predecessor finishes. It is not a root would finish and successor would start. It is opposite to that. The successor start the predecessor. So the plaster cannot start unless the brickwork finishes. The flooring cannot start until unless the plaster finishes, and so on and so forth. Start until unless the plaster finishes, right? So that start. Okay, I'm going to do the finish to finish relationship for now, and leave the start to finish, and I'll come back to start to finish in just a bit, right? So finish to finish. Okay, so I'm not saying that you also think the same way, but a lot of people think that relationship wherein activities are finishing simultaneously. How many of us believes it is true? So the fun learning is the thing called as relationships. To finish is the successor cannot finish unless the predecessor finishes. The successor not finish unless the predecessor finishes. So, if finish of the predecessor delays, that delays what? That delays are correct, and that is finish. So, finish of the predecessor delays, that delays the finish of the successor. Finish to finish, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, example. Okay, so from IT, right? Not finish at the same time. They not finish at the same time, you know. They always finish the predecessor. Is you can of the finish of that, but it would always be after. So I will say, suppose we are working in a software development company. Now, at software development company, I have a programmer who is a serial programmer, right? Not an example of that. Okay. So serial programmer. Then we have another person who is now test. You can tester, right? Tester and who test coded by serial, right? And I have Dinesh as the debugger. Now you what is it? Yeah, who cleans the code? Right? So coded a module that that's an authentication module that she coded, and for testing to whom? To Chandra. Yeah. So module for testing to Chandra. Now Chandra has a 5 days window. So 5 days window to test code. testing on the day one. So he on morning till evening, and he figures out that there were a couple of bugs. So what is at the evening? He put a bug report. He put a report and sends that bug report to whom? He is the project manager, and to the debugger, who is Dinesh. Yes. So he sent the report to him, the bug report to him, and then would start working on that bug report from the second day morning, correct? That? Yes, and continues with the testing. Connect here, right? Okay. So continues with the testing. Dinesh, both the errors by the evening, found 8 more errors on the second day. He report to Dinesh in second day. Third, Dinesh, he won the bugging, removed those 8 errors that he had in the code, right? In the evening, he rectifies all those 8 errors because most of them are syntactical errors, right? So he does that. Chandra is continuing with the testing. On day 3, he don't find any bug. So he 4 continues with the testing, and Dinesh is working with some other modules now because he don't have any bug report from Chandra. So he starts working because he's a shared resource, right? So he starts working with some modules, right? In the evening, Chandra again don't find anything, no bug report. Day 5, Chandra no further errors. He wrote a mail. To Goswami, the project manager, CC to Dinesh, and C to right the right. So he takes them into the loop and he writes a mail. Dear sir, the testing of the module 1 authentication module is done. I tested on X date. We had couple of errors on day 1 and we had 8 errors on day 2, which has been communicated to Dinesh by document number so and so, and rectified both of these bug reports, and now the code is clean and retested. So hence I found no further bug in the last 3 days. Since I close my testing, comes to Dinesh, he sends a reply to all. Says I also close my debugging for module 1, the authentication module. That we follow in our company, yes? Yeah. Now tell before he is a mail from Chandra. Why not? Because 5 o'clock on day 5, Chandra might encounter an error. For to complete the testing, the finish of Chandra's testing delays the finish of Dinesh debugging. You a finish? No. Finish. So the successor cannot finish. So Dinesh not finish until Chandra finishes. Absolutely similar is the concept of start to start. The concept of start to start. That says that the successor cannot start until the predecessor starts. So can he start working on the debugging until Chandra starts the testing? So if the Chandra's test delays, that delays what? Finish debugging. Yeah. Start to no the parallel activities. They have some time, but these are not simultaneously and parallel going on. These are other, but between they can move parallel, right? Yes. So start to start relationship. Give me a yes in the chat window if you understood these two relationships, guys. Very good. Now back to the, do take some examples from the power sector. Well, okay, we can take that. Let me do that. Upon your actual situation, upon your actual plan, you have a start-to-start relationship in this situation, or do you have a finish-to-finish? I believe we have a finish-to-finish relationship. The finish of the testing actually depends upon the debug actually depends upon the finish of the testing. So the actual situation. See in your project as a project manager, what is the actual situation, and you plan relationships accordingly. Basically on finishing, right? Not on the start. So you would start debugging unless there are starts testing. So that doesn't make sense. But he cannot finish. Dinesh cannot finish the debugging until Lara finishes the testing. Now that's logical in our, yeah, then resource availability. 100%. Okay, now I'm to the start to finish relationship that we left out. The definition of finish to start. Definition of to start. The successor cannot start until unless the predecessor finishes. Correct? Definition in mind and order. If it would be the definition of start to finish, guys. To start, that is start to finish. Go well. Yeah. Definition. The definition is not finish until and unless the predecessor starts. Arvind's predecessor cannot start unless the successor finish. If that was the case, then it is not the predecessor because it is dependent on the successor then, right? Predecessor then. Yeah. Guys, the successor cannot finish unless the predecessor starts. So here in a nutshell is that the activity, the successor can finish until unless a future activity starts. One activity is successor, but it is dependent on the other activity. So the predecessor is not previous. In any case, in start to finish, the predecessor is a future activity. Correct? You agree? Activity. Yes. So it proves that is not previous. It is. It can be next as well. Depends on the situation that you have. Right. So start to finish means what? Yes. You are saying that the successor cannot finish unless the predecessor starts. That's it. So if the start of the predecessor delays, that's the finish of the successor. That is as to why it is called start to finish. The start of the predecessor delays, that is the finish of the successor. That is called to finish. Typical case, successor is coming in the future. That's that activity here, which proves said earlier that successor is not previous. So it can just like in finish to start it is previous, finish to finish it is previous, and start to start it is previous, but start to finish relationship, predict future activity, and the successor is the current activity. And after that, I'll give you have seen the army cantonment areas. Anybody cantonment? When I'm in inside, Okay. So in an army cantonment, so I come from an armed forces background, right? So and you must use these words frequently, ladies and gentlemen, right? So I use that various clarifications because there's something which is in our blood, right? So we come from such a background our entire life. So cantonments for long with my dad, with my brother, know. So I pick something from there to understand this start to finish relationship. Now, the most vulnerable area, in an army cantonment is the area where the officers lives. You agree, right? You have officers, lieutenant, captain, major, lieutenant colonel, major, general, and all those brigaders, right? So waves, that's the most area of the entire cantonment because when militant ambush happens, they always try to casualties of the officers, right? Because one officer that is like killing like 100 soldiers in command, an army of commands, right? So, so what it is. So that's the most vulnerable area. So what we do is we have a chap, when the quarter guard. Responsibility of that quarter guard is to make sure that the residential quarters of the army officers, right? Family, army officers' family, safeguards them. This so this has a shift, which is a 4-hour shift. Right? But shift is the toughest in Indian army. 4 hours, you cannot, as a soldier, you cannot move from your post. You cannot leave your post. So, called the toughest of this is in Indian army. Now, here's my example. Let's take Dinesh. Soldier, the quad 4 hours, right? And is another soldier, that's me, who's quarter guards, right? Now, quarter guard service, you need to visualize that, guys. So, my guard service starts from, say, 20 hours to 0000 hours. So, like 8 o'clock in the evening, and hours is midnight, right? So, these are I'm going to be serving my quarter guard. And start the quarter guard at 0000 hours and go 4 hours in the morning. Those hours for right. So as I did, so in army we do our dinner at around 7, 7:10, 17, right? So we did our dinner at around 7:30. I was free, right? Took some fruits, vegetables, and all that. By 7:30 I was done with my dinner. So I came back to my room. I picked my stuff. Need to have those pouches and pitus, we call it in Indian army. So I would take them and go back to the post. So at around 8 o'clock, I my duty as the quarter guard. Now something outside with 44 kg of total weight on him, 30 the rifle, right? So 44 kg of total weight and ending there for the next 4 hours, right? Okay, so an hour passed by now. So it is in the evening, and I'm still there. Ladies and gentlemen, couple of hours, couple down the line. Now open. I would start feeling the need, correct? Because I must have had some water as well. Standing outside, spin comes without movement, right? So that call, you can hear that. But standing, I mean, so you said, okay, so we still have a couple of hours to go, so don't, let that distract your mind, right? Sun's there again, and it is like 3 hours now, 11 o'clock, 3 hours. Now, I actually feel that pressure now. But in army, you've been trained for that, so they hard to cater to these situations, right? So we are standing still, right? 11:30, half an hour to go, ladies and gentlemen. What would happen? Now the next 30 minutes will be like 30 hours for me. You agree? 30 minutes are like 30 hours for me. I'm frustrated. I'm you know, pressure now. So I still have 30 minutes to go. So after a couple of minutes, I'm going to see my watch and say, okay, so I still have 28 minutes. I have minutes. I have 26 minutes. So I'm counting every single minute now. You know, obvious right now. Okay, 50, 10 minutes to the okay. So now happens is the other soldier actually comes 10 minutes earlier because he needs to sign a couple of those registers. Once he signs that, only then he can take up his duty, right? So registers are, so you have the guard register, and the other one is called the rifle register. So he needs to sign that rifle register. Then on the rifle that I'm holding in my, I'm going to hand over that rifle to him, right? So I would wait until he signs on the rifle register. Without, I would not hand over the rifle. So if I still have 10 minutes to go, and Dinesh didn't come. Now Dinesh is not there. But I have 10 minutes, so maybe he'll come and he'll quickly sign registers. Don't worry. But ask, ladies and gentlemen, I don't see Dinesh. What should I do? Run? Post? No. They are kill me. The next day they'll court martial me. Right? My guard down. Okay, so it is like 12:10 now. 10 minutes over my duty. I don't see Dinesh. And I'm frustrated and I'm whatnot. I'm everything now. You understand that, right? Then 12:20, guys. 20 minutes down the line, and I see somebody running from the front. I'm not able to see this gentleman because he's running in the dark. So what I would do as a soldier, I would take guard. So I pointed my rifle towards him, right? He is, and I see him. He's like, Dinesh is all tired, and he's running. His tongue is literally out, and say, "Hey, listen to me, listen to me. This Dinesh, do not hit me, do not fire." Right? So what happened is that I had my shift from 00 hours, and I did my dinner at 7:30. Okay, so Dinesh, you need to give a night shift. Why don't you for 4 hours, right? So from 7:30 you can sleep up till 11:30. That at 12 you can join the services, right? So that would be a good idea. And fall asleep. I'm very sorry about that. And say that I have no interest in what you are saying right now. I want you to sign those two registers and take your services and release. Can you please do that? We can talk later about it. We can probably talk tomorrow about what were your plans and what exactly you want to do when you want to run in the presidential elections, right? So I'm not interested right now. Just sign those documents, right? And that's the time when he starts signing those registers, and finally at 20, he signs them. I hand over the rifle to him. He takes a guard, and I rush towards the washroom like hell, right? What would happen if you do not come, say, by 12:50? Not there. Just 10. Yes? So that means what? The Swami cannot finish his services unless Dinesh starts his services. Correct? Cannot finish as the predecessor starts. And why Dinesh is the predecessor and why I'm the successor? Because I'm dependent on him. He is not bloody dependent on me. He was working for 5 hours, then he came back and joined the services. So he depended on me, but it is me who's dependent on him, and I'm the successor, and the who's commanding the relationship, which is Dinesh in our case, predecessor, who comes in the future. Right? The predecessor here is the next activity. Does that to all of us now, guys? And that huge unlearning here, isn't it? And that's what I said. You need to learn a lot of things. You need to unlearn even more things. Right? So these are the actual definitions. Command. It will always be predecessor, Chandra, who would be in the command. So he is in command. But he, yeah. Here to all of us, give me a final yes in chat window, please. Up. Queries, clarifications, questions. Anything that you know? No? Fantastic. You guys were able to connect to me, right? I understand that finish to start as a common scenario, but what's hardly used dependency. Start to finish. Then is a very, very rare dependency. Yeah. So you see that dependency of the project. We have this perception because most of the times the dependencies that we use, they all are the dependencies which predecessor is the previous activity, and that's why this thought comes up that predecessor is always previous, right? So yes. Okay. That was about the network development and the task relationship, guys. Now I have one more thing which is associated with these reliefs, which is called leads and the lags, right? Which are given here. Lead the lag. You understand lag time and the lead time, guys? Lag time. Okay. Can out. Okay. So the lag. What? Lag is basically the essential delay between the dependency. Lag, the essential delay between the dependency is called lag. Now, what do I mean by essential delay? That amount of time which is required, which is mandatory in order to finish one activity and start the other activity. So that one is called lag. Just for example, we have a finish to start relationship, which is like plaster and painting. Before completing the plaster, guys, can I? No. Yes. So cannot start until unless the plaster finishes. You here? The cannot start until unless the plaster finishes. Now, second question is that can start the painting immediately after the finish of the plaster? No. Why not? Wet after the plaster, and you cannot paint a wet wall, right? Yeah. 3 to 4 days in between so that it dries off, and then only you can do the plaster painting. Yeah. Now, the drying off period is an essential delay. You agree? By lag, ladies and gentlemen. Lag is the essential delay between the dependency. That's a that is called lag. Give me a quick yes in chat window, please. Okay. Of lead. Now, what is lead? Tell me, anyone. What is lead? Oh, says that you can start ahead. Okay, saying that, so if it is a finish to start relationship, just like the one that we have on the screen right now, so the have on the screen, That finish to start relationship, correct? Saying the lead means when I can start the successor activity 2 days before the finish of the predecessor is called lead. You guys are suggesting me? Yes? And I have some muted. Okay. And self, Cyril? That proof is not true. Saying that the successor activity is starting 2 days earlier than the finish of the predecessor, it is called lead. It is not true. Why? Because if that can happen, if does not it breaching the entire definition of the relationship. Because relationship says successor cannot start until and unless the predecessor finishes. Correct? Successor cannot start until unless the predecessor finishes. Then how it can start 2 days before the finish of the predecessor? Is it nothing? Huh? Yes. Correct? So that is not what we think it is. So the action is the preparation time. I'm putting that on record so that you can hear it over and over again. It's preparation time required to start the successor activity. That's called lead. That you need. Only the preparation part of activity can be taken up in the lead. The actual activity would always start after the finish of the predecessor. Lead is not the actual activity starting. A preparation of that activity which can start in lead by lead, but the activity would always start after the finish of the predecessor because it has a finish to start relationship. So the activity cannot start, but the preparation can start. Preparation time always thought we don't mention it. No, you need to mention that as a part of your activity, right? Just like spread a carpet, guys. Now, if I say I need to spread the carpet, now spreading the carpet is like what a 2 hour job only, right? But I consider that I would take 3 days to spread the carpet. Why? I would go to the market, I will procure that carpet, I'll get it home, then only I'll spread. Correct? Rest of the things, the actual activity is spreading that, but of pre-work to be done, right? The reason why that pre-work can be taken up into the lead. Yes, it is. What Czech Republic or where? So where? Oh, it's the same. You can say the same example. So I have a couple of activities here. One is painting the room, and the other one is spreading the carpet. Now my question is, can I spread the carpet before finishing the painting? Okay. We cannot, because if we spread the carpet first and then we complete the painting, the carpet will ruined, right? But painting job takes, say, suppose 5 days, right? Day one, I painting of the roof, right? Day two, I do the wall one. So on day two, while I'm doing the wall one, can I mark it and see, what color, what design carpet that I'm looking for? Right? So I can go back to the market and I can search for that. When the wall 2 is getting finished in terms of painting, you can actually go and do the final negotiation and can procure that carpet. Or wall is going on, I get carpet to home and can put that in the center of the room. Why? Because the roof was painted like 3 days before and it is already dried off and there is no chance that something can spill from there. or something from there, right? The roof will not spill, or anything would not drop from the roof at least, right? So I can put that in the center of the room. Now, if the day, the moment I'm done with the fourth wall, I can simply clean the corners from the on the floor, right, and straight away spread the carpet. Now I didn't do that homework before. I do it now. So I would go to the market now. I would do the negotiations. I would buy it. That consume another 3-4 days, right? So I saved those 4 days by taking that stuff into the lead because that was our preparational part. But the actual activity was the finish to start activity that we had was between the and the spreading of the carpet. We still exist. We still aim. Do what I'm saying here, guys. Give me a quick yes. Yeah. Thank you so much. I got a question. So preparation activity for successor can start sometime predecessor listed. Uh, at the same time or after a few days or whenever. So you can start anytime. Tag is the time to sign off register before. That's the That's the reason why so it was planned as lead, and the reason why I said the other soldier generally comes 10 minutes before. So lead of 10 minutes is those registers, and immediately after the finish of the predecessor, he starts the successor activity. You yeah. Okay. Oh, okay. That was the concept of network development, leads, lags, and relationship type, and all that. Okay, now moving on to estimate activity duration. Now, what we have right now with us is we have all the deliverables, WS components, and have the specific actions we would carry out in order to achieve those deliverables. That means we have the activities with us, and we now also have the chronological order between those activities. So we have the sequence of that. Now, these infos again, I'll not be able to prepare the schedule. I still need the duration of the individual act, and I would also need the estimate of the resources. Then I'll put them all together and prepare the schedule here. So let's talk about activity duration as the process. So what happens here? Estimate activity duration is the process of estimating the number of work periods needed to complete individual activities with estimated resources. Now you read that? It's with estimated resources. So the resource estimation, which is happening in resource management right now, estimate activity resources, a few of those pointers would come back here, right? The part of the project documents, right? The key benefit of the process is that it provides the amount of time each take to complete, with major input to the development of the schedule process. It belongs to the planning process group. So let's do one thing. Let's quickly do a poll on to see how we are doing so far. Then after the poll, we would because it's 11 o'clock now. I'm just gonna open up that poll real quick. Where is that? Okay, I'm that up. See. Just guys, and we are 30 people, so let's participate in the poll real quick, and then we'll take a break. I hope we are going good right now because there was a lot of discussion around the things, right? So many of those conceptual things, phone because it is not supported by Android, Chandra. So concepts that we had to discuss today about the activity on node and activity arrows, the relationship types be about the definitions of the predecessors and successors, the sequencing, the chronological order. Before that, we talked about the rolling wave plan. We talked about if you want to take the relationships again, you have similar relationships that you are using in power sector as well. Just like if I say exactly in power sector, solar plant basically. So what? Say a solar plant, then you know uh, in survey. But yes, we can take that. We can take that. So next time we'll have some concept. Try and you see. I actually need to go back and do a lot of coordination between to see what example best suits this situation. So that is where to decide. You know, yeah. Taking the break. We are just waiting. Don't need to proceed as for knowledge areas shown on the learning material. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. What? For what, Dennis? What happened? Yeah. What? Uh, what's that? Okay. Yeah. But for that, so it needs to be in case that actually needs to be a class wherein those basically more of a teleconferencing facility that we need that, right? So understand that you were looking for an instructor-led classroom training, right? That would have, if we could do that, in fact, that would have been great. That would have been great, And a lot of those classroom trainings. So I was about to ask you, Syria Leon, how are the things now? And so we had that virus spread there. Is that all over now? Yeah, right. I had a few of my friends there. They suggested we not to travel. It's been like couple of years, more than couple of years now. Ebola, they're all over, right? So it is Ebola is rectified. That's like right. Come from the bushmeat anymore. So, okay, so say on. Dennis, I actually need to talk to you. I had some business there, so I'd probably talk. Okay, I'm closing the poll right now. Uh, so that's like 18 seconds to close. And once we do that, break, visit was again. You know, I'll just quickly save the results. This is sixth class. We're going to come back and do the estimate activity duration process in just a bit. It is 11:07 almost, so we'll take 15 minutes from here. Right, 11:22. Thank you so much for joining in. I had a good discussion so far. I'm going to see you after the break. Thank you. Check 1, 2, 3. Mic 3. To go back to mute. Yeah. Okay, guys. We post break session now, and yes, Cyril. To answer your question, we're gonna finish this scheduling today, and would also try to start the today as well, right? So what I'm gonna do here is now I'm gonna share my screen with you real quick, and we would start with where we left off, which was about estimate activity duration process. Uh, so let's go. Yeah, I'll go on critical path. Let us come to the critical path. So now, let me know. Yeah, the process that we were at was about estimating the activity duration. You see, we are in the process of preparing the schedule, so we already have the list of the activities with us, and we also have these will be shared with us, or these not in the download. These are the download, except of a few of those slides which are custom, like the previous couple of slides that I've shown you to understand the relationship types. So my custom slides. So I use them to because I find them easy to understand. So but the slides, the one that you see right now in front of you is there. So you have almost all of these. Yeah, you can scroll. Yes. So only a couple of slides, just like these two slides, this one and this one. These are the custom slides, right? So I hope which would be different. Otherwise, you have the rest of them with you. Somehow find these as more easy to understand, connect to. Okay, so the estimate activity duration process. Now, this is a process which is continuation to the previous one. So we have the list of the activities, we have the list of the attributes, have the list of the milestones with us. Now we have the sequence, the chronological order. So what we're going to do now is we're going to do a couple of more things. So we're going to estimate resources and estimate the duration, right? So the resources actually comes first, but because resource management now, so we're gonna talk about that when we'll move to resource management. Uh, so let's do the activity duration first. Okay, so estimate activity duration. What is this? So this is a process of estimating the number of work periods needed to complete the individual activities with estimated resources. Now, it actually says with the estimated resources, like, so the key benefit of this process is that it provides the amount of time each activity will take to complete, which is a major input to the develop the scheduled process, right? So what goes in the project management plan, the project documents? What are the documents? So we have those network diagrams going in. We have the estimate of the resources going in here, which is coming from the resource management, as I said. And then it also has the list of the activities going in. It has the list of the milestones going in. So these are project documents that would go in here. You can screenshot here. Yes. You have the enterprise environmental factors, and then you have finally the organizational processes. So what you do in that process, guys? So you use your expert judgment, the help of an SME, to do the estimation and do the bottom-up estimation. Now, what is bottom-up estimation? So I'm going to come back to analogous, parametric, and 3 points in just a bit, right? So use the bottom-up estimation. Now, what is that? Bottom estimation is when you look at the last layer of the WS, the work package layer, you get only that layer first. Then you go to the above one. You do estimation of that. And now, who do we have unmuted here? Background noises. Who- Okay, just. Oh, so we have bottom-up estimating is when you come from the bottom towards the top of the WBS tree. So you keep on doing those estimates, right? So you estimate only the lower levels first, then you club them, you come to the upper level, then you club them, then you come to the upper level again, then you club them again, right? You keep on doing that as long as you are not reaching the top of the tree. So when you are standing at the top of the tree, you would see that you have the estimate for the entire project. This is basically accumulating basically that's a technique to accumulate the total duration of the entire project. Basically, so that's called bottom-up estimation. We have decision making. Again, we yesterday talked about group decision making, group creativity technique. Remember those? About it. You have meetings, so you meet people to understand how much time it is going to take. You do the data analysis. Now, what can be data analysis in estimating activity duration? To make sure that you don't miss out anything. So when you go from top to bottom, that's a very good question, Goel. So when you go from top to bottom, there is a chance that you can actually miss out a few of those activities. But when you come from bottom towards the top, there is no chance, right? So you can reassess and see if we are missing something. You know that? So it comes from bottom to top. My voice cracking? Yeah? Okay. Uh, Data analysis. Now, what is the data analysis that you would do in estimate activity duration? The data analysis is called here the reserve analysis, guys. Reserve. Make a note. You do this as the data analysis part here. What is reserve analysis? Reserve is because the project documents which are going in, one of the crucial document here is about the risk that you have in your project. This is called the risk register. Right. Now, it would have risk associated with a few of those activities that you have identified. Right. Now, those identified because there are risks and which are probable risk which actually happen. So, for planning for the duration, what you're going to do is you're going to take some duration cater to those risks as well. I mean, so if by chance if something goes bad and things are not working as per the plan, I would need to have that extra amount of time with me to cater to those risks, and that is what I do in the reserve analysis. Is that understood? Yeah. So that's the analysis part here. Some response on the chat window, please. Okay. I don't know if it is the Sunday fever. You guys are not responding. You were by not respond to this. Bit delay in chatting. Yeah. Yeah. Then I come back to those three: analogous estimation, parametric estimation, and the 3-point estimate. Now, what can be analogous estimation? The analogous estimation is the historical data analysis, basically. And let's take an example of that. So I have a gentleman. His name is Mr. Rajiv, right? So this guy works with a company who is into solar panels, right? It is not the top-down estimation. Just stay with me, Dennis. So Rajiv works with a solar company, and the company is Vikram Solar. So that's an Indian MC basically, who works into solar panels. Anybody heard about Vikram Solar here? Rajiv, that right? So he is basically into energy. Right? And this guy, yeah, we are from a you know energy background, right? So this gentleman who works with Vikram Solar, uh, their company, what their company does is they set up those solar plants, commercial solar plants, you know, when it comes to estimation, and because Rajiv comes with like 25 years of experience in energy sector, out of which at least 20, almost 20 years in the solar. He's there in the solar part from the very beginning when it got started in India. Uh, things are a bit late in India though, but still we had our first solar plants come up like a couple of decades back. So back in 1998. So he's solar since then, right? So whenever there is a new plant set up, his engineers and his planners, they all come back to him, you know. And Rajiv sir, because you have done that in the past, can you know if this is the area and this is the total amount of energy requirement? How much time would it take to set up, let's say X panels, right? So he can precisely, almost precisely, can tell you that this is the amount of material is required, this is the amount of manpower is required, and this is the amount of effort is required, and this is duration that it is going to take, right? So by going into the historical data analysis, because he have done the same stuff so many times in the past, he can actually refer the historical data and can let you know that what would be the duration of that particular activity. Now, what Rajiv did here is he did analogous estimation. He did the data analysis and told you that this is the amount of time it would take. That analogous estimation. You guys are able to connect to what I'm saying here, right? That gentleman is using historical data, right? Yep, link so you can go to estimation tools. Estimation for an okay, I see that. I see that article then. Yeah, leave me, Dennis. Let's see that article then. Yeah. Okay, historical data analysis is basically the analogous estimation, right? Then you metric estimation, you know. See, Dennis, at times what happens is that, you know, oh, I'm not denying that you may have this article there, but at times I've seen that happening, not only with us, with Simply Learn, with a lot of lot of other individuals as well, that at times that discrepancy happens. So don't worry. So in touch with them. So let me just read through it first. Who is unmuted now? Yeah, just to mute. Thank you. And very fresh example of that, right? So just stay with me for a second. So if I go back a few of those slides, right? So let's go back quickly. You see this? You see relationship slide here? Yes. Yeah. Just read definition of finish to finish here, and next finish before the next activity can finish. Yeah. I wrote that. The fourth one, start to finish. Activity must start before the next activity can finish. You are here, and that's a slide. Say that now, Dennis. Times that happens because this is about individuals, you know. They're about individuals. So I raised that long back, and the reason why when we were on this slide, I said you just forget about this slide. We'll come back to this slide in some other, part when we'll be in the sequencing. That is what the discrepancies are that I'm saying. But that's a human error. That's all. That's all. So don't worry on that. So just focus on what I'm saying, right? So I would request you to focus on what I'm saying. What I said here, now you understand that, right? Okay. We now come to the analogous. That's basically plain and simple historical data analysis. That's the bottom line. Right? So you go back to your history, you go back to your own experience, and experience you tell that okay, so much would be the duration, and that's the most common technique that we actually use when we estimate the duration. Isn't it? Agree there, right? So when we need to do the estimation, this is the most common one that we do. That if I've done that work in the past, we see that how much time it took at that time, right? And we take the similar estimate, plus minus 10% maybe, as we are doing the data analysis in which we have the reserves, right? We consider that and make plus minus 10% to this. Yes, that analogous, guys. They have the parametric estimation. Now, what can be parametric estimation here? Estimation is the mathematical calculation, that is calculation, mathematical analysis. So what we do in that? For example, if I need to lay a pipeline, say I'm working in an oil and gas plant, right? Lay a pipeline, 100-meter pipeline, right? That plant. Now, I've done that work in the history, 100-meter pipeline before. But at the time in my last project that I laid 10 meters of gas pipeline, and I'm taking it as an example. So you can hypothetically here, right? So I did 10-meter pipeline, but I never did 100-meter pipeline. But that 10-meter pipeline took about a couple days. So estimate for 100 meters, 20 plus 1%, correct? You get 20 days. Simple. Simple. That all parametric estimation, guys. You understood that? That is correct. So it's benchmark, or if not, even if the benchmark is not available, so what you can do, just like another example, you need to lay, yes, analog plus mathematics, you can say that, but you would not have analogous, right? So what would you do? How would you apply parametric in that? So, for example, uh, somebody asked me to do the wooden flooring in the bedroom. Now it's a 600 square foot area, say. So I need wooden flooring on 600 square feet, uh, area, right? And I know how much time it would take because I never ever did flooring, so I don't know that. So what is that I'm gonna do that wooden flooring only on a sample area of 10 square feet on a square foot. Suppose it took me about 1 hour. So if I take that as a sample now, it will for 100 square feet it will take 10 hours. 600 square feet it takes 60 plus 10%. Can get an estimate. This is a calculation, but before that I did a sample. I did the 10 square feet and I saw how much time it took and I did the maths. Right? You can use analogous or benchmarks. If you can do that on the sample run and get sample, multiply it again, do the mathematical calculations and you can figure it out. Yes? That is parametric estimation. Is that clear to all of us? Give me a yes in chat window, please. And then you have most common ones which you use, which is called 3-point estimates. Now, what is 3-point estimate? Anybody heard about 3-point estimate? Yes. What is this? What is 3 average? Yes, method, right? In other word, we called it PERT. Yeah. PERT analysis. Your PERT analysis, guys, right? What is formula to the PERT? PERT formula. Okay, to one who don't know about PERT analysis, who never heard about PERT analysis. plus 4p, no, plus 4 ml plus O. Fazal, will complete your graduation. You did, right? With the masters, and you're telling me that you don't know about it? You're lying. Electrical engineering, come on, what are you telling me? An electrical engineer, master's degree in electrical, right? Telling me that you don't know about, never about it. Yeah. So let me explain how PERT works. You see, I'm like that. So you remember that we have this Excel with us, right? So we get that now. No problem. Hey guys, please don't mind what I say, right? Because this is just a laugh, right? So that's on a lighter note. I have no intentions of actually calling you a liar. So it is just my way of people involved. Yeah. So we laugh, you laugh. So that's how that's how the life should be, right? So I'm going to open up your second batch morning. Yeah. Uh, if you want me to apologize for that, I can in fact apologize for that as well. If I hurt you in any ways, but that was not the intent, right? So mind that. So that's RXL guys here. So I'm back the PERT analysis. Say PERT. So I'll write the PERT here. Okay, there you go. PERT example. So you are in US, right? So which state you're in? City. Okay. Is it yeah. So if you are there and you want to travel to what is the next state, the nearby state from California? Yeah. Yeah. You know, this is in Nevada, right? No? Okay. So Vegas, yeah, of course, Vegas. Yes. I wanted to travel, wanted to travel from, uh, okay, let's just, I wanted to travel from California, which is Sacramento, and I hope I'm correct, to Vegas, Nevada, right? I wanted to, yeah, and go by road, right? I went from Sacramento to Vegas on road, right? And that would be like what, 200 miles at least? Thing, 200 miles, right? Uh, uh, I never been from Sacramento to Vegas by road, right? Now, 5, that's even better. So I need 500 miles, right? And I need to go by road, and I did that in the past. So I don't have any analogous data with me, guys. Have analogous? No, I did that. Right, right. Parametric is not possible. Why? We cannot drive my car for say 100 meters and multiply it with 500 miles. That's logical, is it? So I can't go parametric in that. What can I do? I got one which is about the PERT analysis. I put in here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Fazal and ask him that you've been from Sacramento to Vegas. road. He said, yes, I am. I said, how much the time that you took? Russell gave me, fast he took about what, 12 hours. It took, then I went back. I said, have you been from Sakadu? Where is he? Yes, but long back, like 3 years back. At this time, he said, I remember that, but I guess it was about 9 hours. No, my history, guys. It is not experience. It is the experience of the sample data. Now, but not one person. A person's analogous estimation. So, sample from many of these. Sure, I don't trust his historical analysis. So I gave me some number to whom? Who? Dennis. Is that your name? Yeah, I could check the Google map. Thank you so much for that, for ruining my entire example. Thank you for that. Yeah, so back to Dennis. Okay, Dennis, have you been there? And yes, I love Vegas, so I go there. I said, okay, so how much time did you take? I said, so I drive a bit fast, and I was with my friends, and we've been driving and all that stuff. So we took about 8 hours. So I was coming up now. Now, yeah, someone else. I asked somebody else, like who else? I asked Alok, right? And me, right? Another 9 hours, right? These are different people. Now, a sample of 9 is what expected. A sample expected. If you take a sample, Dennis. Okay, and if you take a sample of 27 people, guys, now here this. If you have 27 people, your PERT will be 100% accurate. But the samples of 27, right? So 4. So is a healthy PERT is like 9 samples, right? So I took 4 of them. I decided what are the pessimistic, optimistic, and most likely values in here. What is the most optimistic value, guys? Optimistic. That's ours. So that's my optimistic value. And optimistic one, well, yeah. So that's the pessimistic value. Okay. Pessimistic, right? Right? Optimistic. And we have, sorry. I marked it here. I should have marked it here, right? So that's right. It is optimistic. Thank you for that, Padma. Yep. Thank you. I need to figure out the most likely value. The most likely is basically if you remove the pessimistics and the optimistic, and you take an average of the rest of the values, that becomes most likely. So we have 9 plus 9 divided by 2 becomes 9. So that's the same thing, right? So it becomes my most likely value. You to the niche, whatever. Because both of them are similar, right? So these are my pessimistic, optimistic, and most likely values. I simply put them inside the PERT analysis. Now PERT says the formula to the PERT is a pessimistic plus optimistic plus 4 into mostly divided by 6. That formula. That's is equal to, I'm going to start bracket here, right? So optimistic is 12 plus optimistic 8, 4 into most likely is 9. And it is going to return an error here. Yeah, I've written hours. So it 12, it should be 9, it should be 8, and it should be 9 again. Yes, and there is something wrong with the formula. Passive optimistic plus 4 into most likely. Yeah, what mass? Yeah, so here's your 9.33, ladies and gentlemen. So their estimate, 9, and but I may look, uh, you know, but Excel, right? Most valuable professional of Excel. John, guys. Okay. I forgot a brace. I know. 9.33, ladies and gentlemen. So that's the the uh, to Vegas, right? And part analysis. Now, this estimate that you can actually take. So if that would have come from like 27 different people, that was 100% accurate report. You know. Yeah, when you have the triangular distribution, that's a good question here. So we have only three values, Cyril. Just like if you have only one pessimistic, only one optimistic, and only one. So when you have only three samples, right? So simply go pessimistic plus optimistic plus most likely divided by 3. Yeah. But when samples, then you can go with the complete PERT. Quickly say, yeah, that's called the delta PERT. That's called the delta. And there is somebody knocking on my door. Guys, give me 1 quick second. One quick second. Stay with me, guys. My three guys, I'm back. You hear me? Yeah. My, here we call it the, and I told her to go back right now. Yeah. Myself. Thank you so much for asking that. My and factors, yes, of course, they are. Okay, so coming back, so here's the port, guys, right? So it's the port analysis that we have. Moving on to the back to the presentation here now. Okay, there you go. So how to handle weight? Please answer the above question. No problem. Back to question in the exam, please. Exam. How do you know 3 or 6? Yeah, good question. Yes, absolutely. So the question would say, so that's called triangular distribution. Cyril, just remember this word, triangular distribution. So the code would say that based on triangular distribution of the port, what should be the answer? Right? Also want you to identify the variance by the port. The formula is pessimistic minus optimistic divided by 6. Yeah. So these and written actually there in the book. So port also having analogous estimation. Example here is historical data from other guys as sample are taken. Yeah, but it is these samples from many people, right? So when you call about analogous estimation, that's about the person. Yes, that's about the person who gives you that estimate. But if you have multiple of them, you can actually use the port for that, right? Yes. Uh, uh, 3. Okay. So saying that he can say maximum you will take this time, minimum you will take this time, by average you take this time. Not how you do that. Ask different people, you take their estimates, and then you figure out which is the pessimistic and the optimistic values out of that. That same exercise that we used to do when we were kids at school, you know. So we do PERT. If you recall those old days, uh, so the instructor used to ask us to do a PERT analysis, and this is what we used to do, right? We go within the class, if you remember that. We go in the class, and we ask people, and we take them down, and then we apply that here. So generally, something called weighted and unweighted PERT. I never heard about that in a question, but is there something like this? I didn't hear about it. Although check the if 7, you divide by 6 or 27. No, no. So if the sample size is 27, you have one pessimistic value, one optimistic value. You left with 25, right? So sum those 25 up, you divide them by 25. You get the average of that. Becomes your most likely value, Pankaj. I mean, where there's division by 6. I'm not sure, but I can look for that. I have to comment anything that I didn't hear of. So probably in the next class, I'll be able to answer that. Go back and check in the PMBOK, what PMBOK says. Because the code that I'm telling you, this is the same code that we've been using since ages, right? So when you, or by 6, I go with 3 whenever there is a triangular distribution. Question specifically says that it is a triangular distribution. I go with 3 and go with 6. Yeah. Okay. Then you get out of that, you get the duration estimates. Get the estimates of individual activities, the duration of individual activities, and then the basis of the estimates. Basis of the estimate is on what basis you are saying that going to take 3 days. Or base, right? So whether it is an analogous estimation or a parametric estimation, whether you did the PERT, whether you used the decision making, how you figured out that no, it is 3, it is 6. That was your base of estimate that goes in here, and it updates the project document. So that updates your again the activities that you had. It updates the duration again that activity. So if anyone used project management tool, so Primavera or Microsoft Project, so you would see that first you divide the end project into WBS components, then you have those activities, then your next column which is about duration, and you update that column, right? So that update the duration against those activities. See, documents update here. Now standard deviation is just a formula, right? That's optimistic divided by 6. Standard deviation is pessimistic minus optimistic divided by 6 to the whole square, I guess, right? And the yeah, and the variance is pessimistic minus optimistic divided by 6. So these are more, remember, but these are easy, right? Pessimistic minus optimistic divided by 6 and to the whole square. Where we start deviation, there would be a quotient which would give a pessimistic and an optimistic value, and it would ask you to calculate calculate. Then, yeah, use that. When when I have to do a calculation on, so how far the deviation is from the mean, you pessimistic minus optimistic divided by 6 formula to see those deviations. Hey, no problem. If you take the same example, right? If you take say the same in which we were traveling to Vegas, right? And I have the pessimistic values which are like 12 or 13 or 15, and I have optimistic values which are like 10 or 8. Say 10 is a optimistic value and 30 is a pessimistic value. If the question says what is the variance between pessimistic value and the optimistic value as per the PERT, so the variance happens to be 3 here. And if it asks for standard deviation, that how far it is from the average, how far it is from the mean, the whole square. If both the optimistic values are same, you're gonna put that. Just like if my most likely value was 9, so I took 9 only. So if I have a couple of 8s and these are the optimistics, both optimistics, I would simply say 8. Even if I average them out, it becomes 8 only, right? Average is of the rest of the values. You remove the optimistic and pessimistic, the average is of the rest of the values. Yeah, no problem. Okay, so those duration estimates, guys, and that the basis of the estimates, that on what basis you saying that it is going to be 5 days or 10 days or 15 days, and it goes back and updates the project documents. That's the estimate activity duration process, ladies and gentlemen. Give me in chat window if you understood this process. So by the end of it, what you're going to have is you're going to have the durations of all the activities that you have. So what do you have with you? You have the activities, the list of the activities, the attributes, the milestone list, the sequence of the activities. Then you have the resource estimation as well, because if you do this process, it requires resource estimation, right? So you have that resource estimation with you as well, and then you have the duration estimate. Now, if you club them together, can you get the schedule of the project? Right? And that you do now. So you go to develop the schedule. You need that cost fractions as well. Yes, they are also added. Yes. So but you have developed the schedule now. So develop the schedule is the process of analyzing activity sequence, given resource requirement and schedule constraints to create project schedule model, right, to the planning process group. Yes, for this we have vendors. For developing the schedule, we would have vendors. And that is why you would see in the inputs, we have agreements coming in, right, Chandra? You said we have in documents. Now, what are the project documents that comes in? You have the resource calendars here coming in from vendors, and your own team member resource calendars, resource estimates coming in. You have the project network, schedule networks come in. You have the list of the activities, the estimates. All of that data is coming here, because what you're doing is based on the sequence, based on the duration, based on the resource requirement, and on the schedule constraint, creating the project schedule model, right? So you have project management plan coming in, project documents. I already told you the documents here, the agreements, enterprise environmental factors, and OPA. What do you do? You do network analysis. So you as the network, you see, which is the longest path, how many activities do we have, what sort of relationship that we have between one activity and the other activity. You do that analysis here. Resource optimization. Now, resource optimization can be done if you use any project management tool. Just like it says, you're going to use your PMIS, and by using your PMIS, you would do the resource optimization. Now, resource optimization, for an example, anybody who worked with Microsoft project here? Yeah, option resource leveling. Have you seen that option? Kalimuri. Yeah, that's great. Now, the resource leveling is nothing but resource optimization. Resource, maximum utilization, optimal utilization of the resources, basically. So, resource optimization that you're going to do, you're going to, of course, use the leads and the lags. You already know about that. Project management information system. Then you have the analysis, again, the reserve analysis here. The reserve analysis here, guys. Right. Critical path method. We'll just come back to critical path method in just a bit. When we'll go to controlling the schedule, we'll back to the critical path method. Right. Exactly additional overtime. Resource leveling is that if I have 8 hours of that resource availability with me and I have applied him on a particular day only for 7 hours, if the opportunity I can apply him for 1 hour on some other task. What is that question? Is Microsoft project here, Chandra? Yeah, then a line. That's a right. Cap or limitation on time shouldn't exceed. No, Cyril. It is optimal utilization. So if you have unutilized resources in your project, or you have, on the other hand, you have overburdened resources in your project, how you arrange them, how would you sort them out in such a way that they are not over allocated, neither they are under allocated, right? Optimization. Okay, I can actually, come back to you on your MSP question. We can actually spend some time after the class. Would that be okay? Is, is nothing but resource leveling only. I mean, so you smooth your resources or you do the resource optimization. These are many names that you call it with. Okay, then you have the critical path. Yeah, that's same. That's same. Then you just come back to the critical path method in just a bit. I want to explain that critical path first, and then we'll probably take up an exercise on that. Then you have the data analysis. Again, the reserve analysis goes in here. Gradual compression. Now, that's important. Gradual compression. You have only 2 different ways to match a running schedule. If you're running ahead and you are behind the timeline, so there are only a couple of options by which you can actually catch up your schedule. What are these options? One is called crashing. One the project. Another one is called the fast tracking of the project. Crashing the project means what? Now, guys, hear me out. Hear me carefully. Crashing. Crashing is the answer to my following question. It is called crashing. So, question is, if people can make a wall in 10 days, can 4 people make the same wall in 5 days? Yes, that is called nothing but crashing. Crashing. You have more resources to get the work done faster. Yes. Resources to get the work done faster. Yes. Absolutely correct. Have more resources to squeeze the timelines. Yes. Extra time. That's one of the same things, right? Either you apply more resources or you make people work more number of hours. But if these people will not be able to work 16 hours in a day, Probably I need to hire resources from outside. Just crashing. But that crashing is not always possible, guys. That is not always possible. One another example. So talking about that plastering and painting stuff, right? We painting stuff, right? So we cannot immediately start the painting on the plaster because the wall is wet and with some time so that it dries off. Correct? If you apply 50 different resources to that wall, using faster, can you blow the air and dry out the wall? You there and blow air, right? You, Chandra, to the club. So, so there are situations in the project wherein even after applying more resources, you will not be able to do the work faster. In those typical cases, what you do is you fast track the work. Now, what do we do by fast tracking the work? Fast tracking the work is you start activities in parallel. Well, activities. So, if I decided that I'm going to do the wall 1, then the wall 2, then the wall 3, then the wall 4. But to fast track that work, what I'm going to do now is, we are working on wall 1, I would apply more resources to start working on wall 2. So, in the next, both the walls will be ready. And in all 4 walls would be ready. So, how I can achieve it, not by crashing it, but by fast tracking these in the project. You heard the concept? Am I not audible? Me? Yeah. So is parallel activities, guys. Not applying more resources. Maybe using the same resources that, but you have planned that use those resources like 5 days after. But because those activities are running parallel, you are using them now. Yes. Say use extra resources, you may not use extra resources. You in the wall, that's okay, and that is why while you are waiting for that to dry off, you started working on some other. Yeah. So use some other panel. You may be doing something else, some other work. That's what I'm saying. So the fast tracking. Now I got a question from Cyril. You see, it comes to the smoothing. There are two different things, Cyril. One, are you talking about smoothing when it comes to resource optimization, or are you talking about smoothing as a technique for conflict resolution? So if you're talking about the conflict resolution technique, they are different, right? When you are talking about resource optimization, they are almost the same. I mean, smooth page number schedule. Let me see that page, right? So I'll do that after the class, and probably if there are references, then I'll let you know. But I believe smoothing resource is taking out some work from him and giving that to some other resource so that both the resources are balanced. So this yeah, problem. In concept based questions, sometimes the answer may be we can left some work as per the priority. What is that? And I'll not be able to answer that until I know the question. Yeah. Okay. Now what we get, okay, so it is not ended here. After the schedule compression, we also have the agile release plan. Now, do you understand agile release plan? The iterations that you plan. Iteration 1, then iteration 2, the iteration 3, then the iteration 4. This is called agile release planning. Now, that's a new stuff which got added in PMBOK 6. That's got added because the PM said that you might want to schedule as per the agile method. So for you need to have those agile release. So planning, sprinting, yeah, the iteration planning. This also be a part if at all you are working on an agile project. Just maybe a mobile device manufacturing project or new product development or a software project. Those you might also use or include agile into it. Right. So these are the things that you would do in developing the schedule, all the tools and techniques that I told you. And what do you get? Congratulations, you have your second baseline. So you have schedule baseline now, right? And you have the project schedule. So project schedule is what? Nothing but the 1 week look ahead and 1 month look ahead plans. You know look ahead plans, right? Right? So they share with your people, right? So what you're supposed to be doing in next 1 week, what you're supposed to be doing in next 10 days, what you are supposed to be doing in next night, what you're supposed to be doing in this month. So those are the project schedule. Then you have the scheduling data with you. So the plan that what all things that you're going to do on that particular day, right? Scheduling data. Then you have project calendars. Now project calendars, are the same that you see in your tools as well, in your Microsoft project or Primavera or somewhere else. So use tools in which you have those project calendars. Now what they are, they tells you that what would be a work week, how many number of days and how many number of hours you'll be working on 1 week, 2 week, 3 and week 4, right? What would be days timing, what all days you're going to work, what all days you not going to work. So maybe I can decide to work from Monday to Friday or I can decide to work Friday to Saturday, right? So those days would be vacations, yes, vacation plans. That 15th of August we would not work because that would be a national holiday next month, right? That would have a straight impact on the schedule of the project, right? So I need to mark that in my project calendar. Of course, those change requests. Why do we have those change requests? Because the schedule there might be a few things that I need to change in my resources or in my cost. So those would be considered as change requests. Now all of that goes back to project management plan and again to the project documents because now we would have our stakeholder register gets updated here. We also have our risk registers gets updated here. We might have things in the issue logs. We might have things in the schedule management plan itself. We might need to a few more activities so we can actually come down to your list of the activities and update that. These are the documents which we updated when developing the schedule. Is this clear to all of us, guys? Give me a quick yes in chat window, please. So now, guys, you're line with you now. Now, what you're going to do? You're going to monitor the schedule you have in the project. So when you go into the execution, is there a process that you can do in the execution of the schedule? No. Because the schedule cannot be executed. Similar to that of the scope that we had yesterday. So we cannot execute the scope. Similarly, we cannot also execute the schedule. What you're going to do is we can schedule. Now this it would mean that we would either use fast tracking or caching, or we would reduce the scope, we would increase the or lower the quality, or whatever is the possibility to cover the difference between schedule baseline and the project schedule. Yeah, baseline is the timeline that take 100 days or 150 days or what for the where project schedule is what you're going to do in next 1 week, what you're going to do in next 1 month, what you're going to do in next 15 days. So that plans are the part of the project schedule, and the schedule baseline is that base data that you're going to compare against when you are in execution and monitoring control. Makes yeah. So now do is you're going to control schedule. So for that you come down to the next process. But before that, as I said, can be the impact of schedule compression. So if your schedule is running, what options that you can take? You can also fast track your project, but would add the risk in the project, isn't it? Now you are running multiple activities in parallel, so the risk in the project. Then you time for the project manager? Of course, because the project manager initially was taking care of only one of those activities, now he's taking care of 5 of different activities at the same time. So increases the management time for the project manager. When you the project, it adds the cost. Why? Because you need extra resources for that. So that's to the cost, and it increases the management time for the project manager. If you reduce the scope, if you scope, that give you the time and the cost, but that can increase the customer dissatisfaction because you're removing the things from the scope, right? Just like when I went to DC yesterday and I said, okay, so I want you guys to make this car for me, a modified car for me, and these are the options that it should have, and I go to take it back, and if they don't give me the leather seats, I'll not be happy, right? Because I asked for leather seats. That was in their scope and do it. So I'll not be that much happy, right? Or do is you can also cut the quality. That again saves you the time and the resources, but that increases the risk in the project because if the quality is not fine, you there says the low grade product can work, low quality product cannot. You heard about that? That can work. A low quality product will not work. Yes. Now difference. That's what I wanted to ask you guys. In fact, difference between grade and the quality, guys. Our things are similar. Difference. So what is the difference, Padma? Qualifying the requirements absolutely and grade. A small example here. Say suppose so I drive a Honda car, right? So a Honda car, and so in India we call it city, right? The model name. Add that car serial, and that is a full fuel loaded car that I have. So it's sunroof, it has climate control, it has automatic transmission, it has localized, music console, mounted controls, and all that, right? So I have this model, which is called the top model of it, S plus, right? Now, but of Honda City in the market as well, right? So we're ranging from base model to there are 5 different models in the petrol segment, right? So the base model which has the AC power steering heater, right, locking with the power windows, right? I've seen a lot of people driving that car, right? So they want the top car, the one that I drive. They can drive the lower versions, the base versions of the cars, and they are happy with it, right? Why? Because they're driving a low grade car, not a low quality car. The Honda is amazing, right? So they'll have that sound system, the sound engine, no voice, no no cabin noise. Basically, those grades are thing, but the variants of the car has less features and more features. Right? So you actually live with less features, but would not want to drive a car whose engine catches the fire. Yes? Would whose engine catches the fire? No, because in the engine is not to do with the grade, it is to do with the quality. Quality product. Low grade is different and low quality is different. Grade can work pretty well, which was a small car, which even didn't have the AC, the air conditioning. It was the power steering, of course. So both these things were missing, but I was happy with that. Yeah, fire will be helpful. Yes, it is. But no, that's a low quality product, right? So I would drive a car without a power steering and without the AC, but would not drive a car whose engine catches the fire, right? So the difference between the grade and the quality, to put it simply here, right? Now, so if you cut the quality, that increases the cost and the resources. It saves the cost and the resources, but increases the risk. Reallocation, this is called resource optimization, does add cost or increase the risk. So I can reshuffle my resources within the project if there is an opportunity. I can do that, and I can manage my project, the new timelines by reallocating my resources. So the impacts of this schedule compression. So these are the things that you can do. You can fast track it, you can crash it, you can reduce the scope, you can cut the quality, or you can do the resource reallocation, right? So in the last slide we already talked about crashing and fast tracking, because I know that nobody would like to reduce the scope, nobody would like to cut the quality. So the possible way is to catch a plan is by fast tracking it or by crashing it. Now the one thing which is very very important to remember, that when you fast track your project or you crash your project, there is no point if not do it on the critical activities, it or fast tracking it. You need to crash or fast track only the critical activities of the project. To do that on the non-critical activities, there is no point. It would not do any good for your project, right? Because these are the critical activities because of which the project is getting delayed. And if you up those activities, then you can cover up your project. Now, I would ask, what are critical activities? How many of us knows what are critical activities? Say, yes, activities. This which on the longest path in the project with zero or negative float. Now I'm going to show you how would you calculate the critical activities. What is float? That's a good question, Cyril. So just with me for the another 5 minutes, and you'll understand that, right? So I'm gonna take another 5-10 minutes to explain to you guys that what exactly is critical path. How do we calculate the critical path? Let's do that, and we do it here in controlling this schedule, right? So is using crashing, fast tracking, schedule compression, and critical path method to resource optimization to controlling the schedule here. So control schedule is the process of monitoring the status of the project activities to update the progress and manage the changes to the schedule baseline to the project plan. Right? Part of monitoring, controlling the process group. Right. So what do? You take the project management plan as an input. You take project documents. What are the documents which are coming in right now here? These are all schedule related documents, just like your schedule diagrams, just like your activities, that like your constraints, right? And then how it is a risk, it cost. Not go ahead. It is which adds more resources. I'm going to go back here, right? Right. You said is the risk, right? Which adds the cost. Yeah. Okay. On to the controlling the schedule. So what do? You take the project management plan, the project documents, all the documents which are in your possession related to the schedule right now. Take your schedule updates, just like your variances, just like your network diagrams that you have, just like your activity list, the attributes, the constraints, the milestones, all would come in here, right? Then you have performance data, of course, because the execution is happening, it is generating the data. Now data goes here and with information, because that's a monitoring control process. So output, you would definitely have information going out from here, right? So you put that data into perspective here. Original process assets, what you do the data analysis. Now data analysis is variance analysis again. So variance analysis, and along with the variance analysis, the other point that we have in data analysis is called critical path analysis. path analysis. So you analyze that critical path, right? And for which you use critical path method. So next pointer which is given here, along with the critical path analysis, you use the critical path method and you analyze that data in the analysis. Then you have the project management information system, PMS, Microsoft Project Firmware, anything. Resource optimization, we already talked about it. This is schedule compression is what? Crashing, fast tracking, cutting the quality, reducing the scope, resource reallocation. All of those comes under schedule compression techniques. What you are trying to achieve here? You are trying to achieve your schedule which is running ahead. So you are in your project and you are 10 days behind, right? So how would you cover it up? By crashing or fast tracking or by cutting some things from the scope or cutting some quality parameters, right? So there are here, right? So what outputs? The outputs are work performance information. So the data goes in, the information comes out. Schedule forecast. Now this is a changed, updated forecast that you see here now. Because up to last week you were doing like 5 activities this week. Now because you missed out on all of those activities, the next week would have 7 those activities. So the schedule forecast would change. So that change forecast that you see here. Then you also would have the change request if you need to change something in your schedule part, change something into the schedule line. So you would have the schedule request coming out from here. Then you have project management plan update. So the project management plan updated as on today, 10%, 15%, 20%, whatever is the update. And then the project documents update. Documents update are the register, the issue logs, the stakeholder register, all the documents, the schedule management plan, project schedule. All those documents are getting updated here in the documents update. So I think that you should not know only the critical path method. So things are clear to all of us, right? Give chat window, please. So actual path, we know all 5 tools and techniques, right? Yeah. Okay. Now that critical path. So when it comes to critical path method, ladies and gentlemen, that path. But before that, so there are 2 different ways to plan for your project. In 2 days, you can do the planning. One is called the forward pass method. Third is called the backward pass method. And these are possible 2 ways that you have to plan for schedule. Which the forward pass method says that the project manager gets the start date of the project and the quantum of the work and the duration of those activities and the relationship between the activities and the resources on those. So if I give you that much of data, guys, if I do all of that, can you give me the end date of the project? Start date and quantum of the work along with this the sequence. Can you finish date of the project? Yes, you can. This is called forward pass planning, guys. Quantum of activities, basically. Put them that say I'm going to start my project from first and do this activity which will finish on third. Along with this activity, I'm going to start the activity Bravo, which is going to finish on 7th. Then this is finished after 3 days of 7 from 11th. I'm going to start the Charlie that would end on 20th, and so on and so forth. And finally, you would have a date of the project. Correct? It's called the forward pass. No, estimation of time is already given to you. This is about controlling the schedule, right? You already have a schedule running. Start zero. Let us come to that in just a bit. Cyril, hang on with me. Okay. So that was forward pass planning, guys. Now this can be used when you have a project it has a tentative start date but no finish date. So you can identify that finish date by going into the forward pass. But the things are opposite. In some other projects, you might have projects in which you have fixed end date of the project. Just like my IPL, the Indian Premier League that I do as a project manager, and I guess I have told you about that, right? That I handle those IPL events. Yes. Okay. So when I work in IPL, in first match, yes, Kolkata Knight Riders. So the match has to start on say 7th of April at 4 o'clock in the evening. Can I 4:30? No, I cannot. Yeah. So a match has to start at 4 o'clock on 7th of April. I have to start it on that time, on that particular date. So when I plan for my IPL, I plan backwards. To do the match on 7th, I need to get rid of these activities by 6th, these activities by 5th, these activities by 4th, these activities by 3rd, 2nd, 1st, this month, the last to last month. So I need to basically start my project from the month of January. So what is I end date of the project towards the end date of towards the start date of the project? That is to all of us. Backward pass, guys. That is pass planning. Right? So need both of these methods in order to calculate something which is called float. The forward pass, and when you come back into the backward pass, the difference between them is called float. Now what? Float is the breathing space in the end one activity and before the start of the other activity. So breathing space that you have in the project. That float. Now, based on float, we decide which all activities are on the critical path. Now, so I told you this story because this is coming up. So we're going to talk about the critical path now. So let's start with this. So if I start, okay, it's one of my precedence diagramming methods that I have in front of us, right? Now this slide is project. In that we start a project, task A and task B, and finish it at the task, right? The buffer time is again the reserves that you add. Is it time? Yeah, buffer is the same thing. I mean, so Prasanna, you could float, buffer, slack. So there are so many of those fancy names that you call it with. So you use those names, right? Guys, now focus on the screen. So diagram right now, which is activity on node, of course. And I'm going to use that to explain how do we calculate the critical path. Next 5 minutes, focus on the screen, please. Okay? So what we do is we're going to start the project. You start activity A and activity B. Now you see, along with activity A, you have 4 different quotients given. E, EF, LS, and LF. Can you see them? Yeah? Guys, early start and early finish. Similarly, you have late start and late finish. What are these areas? See, whenever you go into the forward path in the project gives you a couple of things. It gives you the early start and it gives you early finish. See, when you come back to the backward pass, that gives you a couple of things which are late start and late finish. Now, the calculation between them gives you the float value. So, first we would calculate the early start and early finish of the project. How do we calculate? What is the thumb rule? The thumb rule says, now hear me out very carefully here. The thumb rule of forward pass of early start, early finish says that the early start of the first activity in the project is always 0. The start of the very first activity in the project is always 0. So if you take that as a rule, then what should be early start of activity A? Up, right? And the early start of activity B? 0 are the first activities of the project, correct? Early finish. What is the thumb rule for early finish? regardless to whether it is the first activity in the project or the last activity in the project. Which is always the start plus the duration of the activity. So start is 0 and duration is 7. What would be the finish? 7, correct? And what early finish for the task B? For task C, what is to 0? So 0 is the 0th day. So that's, 0 is the 0th day basically. So start with 0, the duration is 7, so the overall task takes 7 days to complete. So 0, 7. Yeah? 0. So what is that? Right? So 3. 3 big 0 plus 3, which is the duration of the task B, early finish as 3. You understand that? Start is 0 for the task B, plus finish as 3. As early. Allow time. Okay, so what the early finish of task A, guys? 7. What the early finish of task B? It is 3. Now, the activity from alpha, from activity A is 3. Correct? So, the early start of Charlie is what the early finish of alpha. So, A early finish of alpha was 7. The early start of Charlie, that's again a thumb rule. So, the early is, what would the early finish of Charlie? 30, correct. Start plus the duration. The same, right? Now, just hang on here. Hang on here. Who means when I say that the finish of task C is 13. What does it mean? That means that if you start your project today, or day after, any point of time in future, I at least 13 days to finish activity A and activity C. I not do that in 12 days. So please early finish as earliest possible finish. That answer question, Mr. Goel. Our possible finish. An early start is the earliest possible start. Start the T that you can start that is on 7th day. You got the 6th. The possible that. You understand that? Oh, so what would be the early start of task G, guys? Activity is always 0, Cyril. Not the activities, only for the first activity. Yeah. Okay. So we 13 as the early start of task G. What is the early finish? 16. Now, what should be the early start of task H? Early. Why? Early. I don't know. Because calculating the early start of task H, I need to see what is the early finish of task E, isn't it? that? Down. So 0, we have 3 in Bravo. So the early start of Delta is 3. The early of Falcon is 3. The of Delta is 6. The early of Falcon is 5. What will be the early start of Eagle? Eagle. So we have 6 in Delta. Why? Why 6? Not start. So they finish to start relationship. Eagle unless Delta finishes and Falcon finishes. Now Falcon got finished on 5th day. But not Eagle. Why? I have to wait for Delta to finish. Now the Delta is on 6th day. Here I can possibly start the Eagle. Right? So that it would be 6. You understood that? Give me a yes. Yes. 3, 9. What is the early finish of Eagle? Okay, is that the early finish of Delta was 6 and early finish of Falcon was 5. That's understood, right? Now, he has a relationship which is a finish to start relationship with Delta and Falcon both. Good relationship with both. So we wait for both the activities to finish in order to start the Eagle, right? So Falcon finished on 5th day, but finishes on 6th, and then I can start Eagle, right? Why? Eagle starts 6th, not on 5th. Is that okay? 6, 3, 9 as the early finish of Eagle, and you have 16 at Gamma, right? So Gamma you had 16. Yeah? No, it is 16. What's the early start of horse? 6. With the rule. Because horse cannot start until unless the Gamma finishes and Eagle finishes. It finished on 9th. But how it for Gamma, which finished 16th. So 6 is the earliest possible start plus 2 days. What is the finish of the horse? 18. Right? Of your project, ladies and gentlemen. Start date, you can actually figure out the end date of the project. Yes? Task A is equals to early start of task C. It is not. Task C is equals to the early finish of task A. You can yes, the actual duration. So if you start it on the first, you would finish it on 18th. If you start that on second, you finish it on 19th. If you start that on third, you finish that on 20th. Right? So based on the start date, you can figure the end date of the project. Yes? Hence favorite quote yesterday. Can somebody write that again here? Truth and truth shall free you. Okay. Hours is the duration of the project. Yes. Ask question. Early start. We need to take Eagle. We need to take Gamma because Gamma is the one. There was 16. Eagle had 9. Because you have to wait for both Gamma and Eagle to finish in order to start. Correct? Yeah. So don't ignore it. You simply see which is the big number. Go with the bigger number. That's the rule. Okay. 18 is the and the project, right? You have to make this for the exam. There would be 8 questions pertaining to a single diagram. Yeah, here. There would be 8 questions. Okay, was it correct? Yep, here. You can see that Alpha is 7, Charlie is 13, Gamma is 16, Horse is 18, right? Yeah, go ahead. You're correct in here. So when you calculate the early start and early finish, you go back and you calculate the late start and the late finish. Now you need to have a target date. Now what is the target date that we have? 18. Now we mark 18. Not 18. Right? So we get 18, which was the early finish of horse. Of early finish. Yeah. Early finish of the last activity, that becomes the late finish of the same activity. So we have 18 in horse, and then you come back. So this time we would subtract, because it Padma. So now, so 18th day is your target date. So example, right? So 4 o'clock, my target date. So this, and I come back. Late finish as 18 for horse. You come back from there. So 18 minus 2 becomes 16, the late start for horse. Now 16 goes back as the late finish for Gamma and the late finish for Eagle. Let's go down first. Let's go to Eagle now. 6 minus 3 goes back, becomes 13. So the start for Eagle is 13. Stay with me. The lil is how much? 13. Now 13 goes as the late finish for Falcon. And goes as the late finish for Delta. Start for Delta is 13 minus 3 is equals to 10. For it is 13 minus 2 is 7. Oh, what here? Here. So I'll just okay. Every number the same which you take early start. 1 doesn't matter then. If them are 9 and 9, so take 9. It doesn't matter. Yeah. Yeah. Calculation again. So 8 finish of H is 18 minus 2. Start is 16. Same goes as the late finish for Eagle. Minus 3, 13. Because late start for Eagle. Stay with me. B, the backtrack data is not correct. Why? Right? 16 goes back to Eagle, minus 3, 13. What is wrong with this? Don't use 1. You will be confused, because if you use 1, then you need to minus 1 at the early finish. That's more confusing. Okay, so let's go. So Eagle. So Eagle has 16 minus 3, 13. 13 goes back and finish for Delta, and also the late finish for Falcon. Now Delta has 3. So 13 minus 3 becomes 10 as the late start for Delta. And then you have Falcon, where 13 minus 2 becomes 11 as the start for Falcon. Now here is the thing. What should be the late finish for Bravo? 10. Of course. Yeah, be 10. Why? Big rule. In the forward pass, we took the higher number. When you are going back in the backward pass, you're going to take the smaller number, correct? So it would be the late finish of Bravo. 10. 3 becomes 7. So what is the late start of Bravo? 7th, right? Let's go up to the upper part. So we have 16 as a late finish for horse, goes back to Gamma. So it becomes 16 there, minus 3, 13. 30 goes back to Charlie, late finish. Minus 6 becomes 7. 7 goes back as the late finish for Alpha. Minus 7, 0, correct? Yes? You get here. Now, 18 goes down to Eagle, minus 3, 13, goes down to Falcon and Delta, minus 3, 10, 13 minus 2, 11, 10 back, bingo. So Bravo, you have 10, minus 3, 7, you up, 16, minus 3, 13, goes back, minus 6, 7, goes back, minus 7, 0. Right. Now, when you have both the early start, early finish and the late start, late finish, you start calculating them for float. Now, what float in here? Calculation for the float, guys, is late finish minus early finish and late start minus early start. I'm writing it here. Late minus early finish. Start minus early start. That's the so float. 18 minus 18, 0. 16 minus 16, 0. For horse. Goes back to Gamma. 16 minus 16, 0. 13 minus 13, 0. Goes back to Charlie. 0, 7 minus 7, 0. Goes back to Alpha. 7, 7, 0, 0 minus 0, 0. You understood that bit? Give me a yes. The other parts. 16 minus 9, 7. 13 minus 6, 7. Can you see that? 13 minus 6, 7. 10, 3, 7. Goes to Falcon. 13 minus 5, 8. Minus 3, 8. Back to Bravo. 10, 3, 7. 7 minus 0, 7. Is that good? Give me a yes. At this diagram, you have 3 paths running in here. Alpha, Charlie, Gamma, and Horse, which goes 0, 0, 0, 0. That is Bravo, Delta, Eagle, and Horse, which goes 7, 7, 7, 0. Then you have Falcon, Eagle, and Horse, which goes 7, 8, 7, 0. Can you see those? Now, out of these 3 paths, the critical one is the one which has 0 or negative duration, which is Alpha, Charlie, Gamma, and Horse. So that critical path in the product which is given the one red path, yes, 0 or negative. When you are planning, but in execution, you can always have negative. So the total, yes, Cyril, that's longest path. That's the longest path in the project. And to all of us, give me a yes in chat window, please. We'll initially today because of that login issues, right? I'm behind the schedule by 10-15 minutes right now. Sorry that part, right? 0 or negative, the longest path. Yeah, path is longest, right? No, if it is 0 or negative, that is the longest path. That longest path in terms of durations. Path would always have the zero float. We can backward path before calculating forward. Yes, of course, Umang. We the path with the different duration. Ways of completing a project, Cyril. Bit pass. House 7 is the late start of Bravo. That's easy. But if you look at Delta and Falcon, so the late start of Delta is 10 and start of Falcon 11. So the smallest number, which is 10, goes back as a late finish of Bravo. Minus the duration becomes 7. Easy. For CPM, why backward calculation? Then calculate the critical path. Backward calculation. Highest path and zero float. You calculate zero float LF minus EF and LS minus ES. H in longest. You calculate this 7 plus 6, 13 plus 3 plus 2, 18. So that's the longest path, isn't it? Confusion. I'm not able to understand that. You guys, let us calculate Bravo, Delta, Eagle, and Horse here. So it is 3 plus 3, 6 plus 3, 9 plus 2, 11. Calculate Bravo, Falcon, Eagle, and Horse. 3 plus 2, 5 plus 3, 8 plus 10. And Alpha, Charlie, Gamma, and Horse. It is 7 plus 6, 13 plus 3, 6 plus 2, 18. Which one is the longest path? Tell me. Is it Gamma and Horse? That is what it is. This path with zero float. Let's for you. There is a liner here, which is footpath gives you the early start and early finish. Float for it to be critical. Yes. Can't stand up backward path. You can, Cyril. Now that's a very good question, guys. Read what Cyril just said. Is not clear yet. What is so okay? So what is so difficult about it? I said so. You have 8 finishes 18 for Horse. You minus 2 becomes 16, and then 16 come back, become finish for Gamma. Minus 13 becomes the late start. That late start goes back minus 6, 7. What confusing about it? So still here, guys. When we did the CPM, we got 18 and is the longest path. Can't we up here instead of backward calculation? We could, but can you tell me if I question what would happen if I add 3 days to delta? If that in, what would if I add 3 days to delta? Will you be able to tell me if you do not calculate the backward path? How the float on delta if I increase 3 days? Can you answer that question, Cyril? Right now, and because you have done the backward pass. If you will not be able to calculate that, right? But no, until unless you go backward pass. Like for Falcon, there is a float of 8 days. And I days just because I did the backward pass. You understand? So you pass and you figure out the critical path. That is good. Thank you. Congratulations. but there would be 8 questions. The critical path is only one question out of those questions. You need to know precisely what is the exact float on the rest of the activities. You can know this is by going into the backward path. Yeah. Good. Another very good question. What is the float? The float is the breathing space that you have between one activity and starting another activity. This is the amount of time that you can delay in the project without impacting the end date of the project, and you can do that. Just like a 3 days duration activity. What if I do that in 6 days? So then duration becomes 6. The finish would be 6 plus 6, 12. So the end date of the project. You know that float means duration of eagle. Do that. What now? Answer here. Come on. If it's yes, so duration would be 6 days, right? With the early finish of eagle in that case. Correct. That would be well. And with the early start of horse. Bing. That's what means. I delayed eagle by 3 days. Still, it is not impacting the end date of the project. The end date of the project is still dependent on gamma. It's not dependent on eagle, right? Of time that you have in your hand before eagle becomes critical. 7. No float, and there is or more indifferent. There is float. What is it? Is 0, no float, and if there is 1 or more indifferent difference, there is yes, yes, yep, yes, yep. Now, exercise about the critical path. Is that clear to us now, guys? Yeah, what I just said, Dennis, is real life stuff. So let us say you and me. So out. You see, Dennis and me, and we both were working on a project. Now we're doing the activity Falcon. The activity Falcon, and at Cyril, showing Charlie, right? Then Falcon, which is a 2 day task, right? So we worked the first day, and then we decided that we go and pay a visit to, say, Bangkok, going out for 5 days, right? We work after the day, and we to Bangkok, and we there, and then back and do the same day of work, which was over for Falcon. So we took 7 days in days. So in days in here, Dennis. Then so the finish of the weekend have to be 7 plus 3, 10, and becomes the late start. Wait. So the early finish, not the late finish. So the finish happens to be 10, right? And then early start of becomes 10 plus the art becomes 13. But it does not impact the last activity. Why? Because the early finish of gamma is still 16. Goes into the horse. Sis and me are happy people. Why?
because paid a visit to we enjoyed those 5 days of vacation. We came back and still project is not delayed because of us. Cyril, she's working on Charlie and she sneezed one day, right? To do the complete the Charlie on 76 days. She did today. And the arms 14 that will start of the next one and becomes 17. 7 comes to horse, become 19, right? So series of one day in that increases the whole project by one day. Reason as to why it is called critical path. You know, just wait now. Yes, we get everything. In exam, we get the duration. Yes, you need to prepare your own map though. So diagram, you need to prepare your diagram based on the information, but the duration is given. You can ways. You can start with 0 or with 1. That's up to you. But if you go with 1, you'll be more confusing. You know, confused. So that's the reason why I don't go with 1. Pos 7, 7. These are positive floats. Negative float is 0, -1, -2, -3. You have the breathing space. Negative, you are already behind the schedule. So you don't margin that. Now I ask you a very simple question. Tell me the critical path of this. You an exercise here. I want get rough pages. You get rough pages to do the calculation. Path. Is the ADCG path of 24. That's the longest path. Right? ADC 4 in gamma makes plus 4 8 plus 3 11 plus 10 1. Delta Charlie and gamma makes it plus 4 11 plus 3 14 plus 10 24. And Eagle Falcon gamma makes it 5 plus 5 10 plus 10 20. So the one is the longest path here. Alpha and gamma. That has path. We don't have here. Yeah. We end this chapter, guys. So we'll do the quiz now, and then we'll wrap it up the real quick, right? But if you understood the schedule management today, you are this is because there are a lot of things to discuss here. Finish to start, start to finish, finish to finish. All those relationships, the library examples, the critical paths. Whole lot of study, right? CPM. So prefer that you guys go back and study this chapter before you come back next week, right? Any questions you can ask me. The next. Oh, now. Your project to complete 10 days earlier than planned. You believe that you meet the target by overlapping the project activities. What is the approach that you plan to use? Activities. Okay, here is delta. Activity implies taking activities that would otherwise be executed sequentially and executing them by introducing parallelism. This is called fast tracking. So okay, my bad. Okay, you see the leveling and fast written. Yes, using and fast. The fast is from delta. So it is the fast tracking, the first one, and I give that mark to you. Yeah, mark to you. So that where, that's the of the resolution. So when the resolution of the screen becomes higher or lesser, so these weird things happens, right? So is numbers Charlie and fast tracking is delta. So the fast tracking because your activity is parallel, right? To all of you, because I know that you would have said resource leveling, yes, and KY alpha is a wrong answer. That's what. Yeah, is wrong. Okay, moving on. Your project to build a multi-story complex in your city. You are waiting for the clearance to start the construction of the building. A dependency that originates outside the project is called. Yeah. So the alpha, that's external dependency. Is the best action to take to complete the project 1 week ahead of the schedule. That's a alpha. In that critical part doesn't allow the early completion. Somebody Charlie leads the team and look for the option of crashing and fast tracking the critical path. That's the here. A is working on the network diagram of a project and wants to determine the float of the project activity. Which of the following is the correct formula? Well, the last line in that, which last word in that late is early. Late minus early start. That answer is correct. The one that you have given, that's late finish minus early finish, late start minus early start. Along with the project team has defined the dependencies amongst the project activities and estimated their durations and the resources required to work on them. He is now in the process of creating the project schedule. All following tools and techniques will assist him in creating the project schedule except of here, right? So here is delta reserve analysis. So except option delta are the tools and technique for develop the schedule, right? This is a tool and technique for the activity duration, right? That's the is those activities who are on that critical path is called critical chain. No, also in the resource optimization, you remember, Dennis, when we were doing the development, we also used resource optimization technique. Yeah. that represent a group of related activities is called epic, right? That's called cause. The hammock activity that represents the group of related activities. The task within the project schedule that has zero slack is called. Now that means the zero slack track. So that zero comes from Charlie. Yeah. So this Bravo, it is called the critical path. That is from Charlie. Zero slack track. The critical path. Yeah. Last project schedule sheet includes a task to order a computer server with complex configuration, which takes 7 days to ship after the order is placed. Should she represent this in her Gantt chart? If you ask me, what I would do is I take some time for complex configuration, right? Then I'll take shipping, right? But this, because I'm not also agreeing with this start of a relationship and three lag. It should not be. So I would take some lag, right? So problem that I see here is Bravo. The that I see here is Bravo, but I'll not go with 3 days of lag. I need to see how much is the lag, right? Because that's a complex configuration. I'm just assuming that it would take 3 days, right? So that is. So the answer is right now is Bravo, although, but don't agree with that completely. But these options, the best one is the Bravo, because that is start to finish, and then it would be right to everybody here. Regard what were your options? How many out of 8 now? Yeah. Still got 7. Here is in the exam. Let's talk about the key takeaways from this chapter. I will wrap it up. Although we're supposed to take 20 minutes extra because we started late today. So project management is required to match the timely completion of the project. It defines the start and end dates of the project and the project activities. These activities are assigned a duration and sequence in a logical order. The network diagrams are used to identify project activities and determine the relationships and them. Get displays then the end dates of the project activities, the project schedule, and the logical task relationships, while the network diagram is used to plot the activity dependencies. Plan management, activities, sequence activities, estimate activity duration, develop the schedule, and controlling the schedule are the 6 process and project schedule management. Schedule analysis technique generates the project schedule based on the estimates of time and resource requirements. That is where this and ends for a further study. You can do exercise number 9, 10, and 11, I guess. Yes. And includes the schedule management. We're going to start off with the cost management. So if you want, we can actually complete the cost management today itself. If you guys are okay to stay back, you want to do that? Tell me how many back. Senna. Yeah. Yeah. Open up the session. Head up here. Every Sunday fever, right? That's that the trainer wants to sit in the willing and the participant doesn't. Yep. Okay, guys. So thank you for joining today's session. I believe it was a very healthy discussion today because there are a lot of things to discuss. Lots to discuss. The syllabus because we have that extra class with us, right? So since we started up in box 6, we understood that we'll not be able to complete that in 8 classes, and that's why we have the 9th class, in which like couple of hours from that class and take another couple of hours for project submission, right? So of one extra class with us and able to complete that, do that, right? But I want to sit a bit longer, but I prefer to skip any of those questions, right? Ask a question, I skip it, and then I take more time. Ready for the project class? Yeah, project submission. Yes. Sit in the 9th class. Pre-event, we are done with the quality chapter. You can go back and download those projects from your LMS system and see which project you want to choose, and you can start working on those. We still have 3 more classes to go. 3 classes should complete those things, right? Today, lot of discussions about the activities, the sequencing, the relationships, the example of those, critical path, critical gain, all of that, float, a lot of stuff that we did. Thank you so much for joining in today's session. I believe it was a healthy discussion and we were able to understand the things, and didn't rush to it. We took our time, right? And if you like today's session, please rate us, give us your NPS and the feedback. You can the trainer, the content, the WebEx, and Get Certified team. Promoter score. So if you I put in all my efforts into it, not a 10 probably. I'll be really thankful for that. Also share us with your friends. Spreading happiness program in which you can share simply with your friends, colleagues through Twitter, G plus YouTube, whatever platform that you wish to choose. You can go and write a small review about us at mouthshut.com, Trustpilot, or Quora.com. And if you at all want to give an on-camera testimonial, that can also be arranged. My Simply Learn support will be more than happy to assist with that. So much for joining in today's session. Have a wonderful day ahead. I'll see you the next week. Study these 2 chapters and the schedule. Please read them before each class, right? In the next class, we can cover up the HR, those 3 things in class. Then we would have another couple of chapters for the 3 chapters for the next class and one on the one. So this is how we're going to plan that. Good day ahead. Thank you so much for joining into the session. And now stop the sharing. Next week, message Simply Learn support team. Touching off. Bye bye. Bye.